So now, today, you are learning the level 17. All of you in level 17, the formula comparing to the level 16, it's the same, there's no change. However, I want to elaborate further for you about the technique to practice and also the technique of energy transfer. So when you come to level 18, you have more ability to help these people faster, meaning you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds, you transfer energy 3 seconds to anywhere. When you are practicing, in parallel to that, for those who are severely sick, when you want to treat them, meaning your family members or close friends, for example, stomach cancer, lung cancer, or liver cancer. So these 3 cases, each day you can treat them 1 time. But each time when you are practicing for your body to transform into energy, to travel out to space, you can use the organs of these people so you can transfer energy as you are practicing. Just receive 2 seconds, send 3 seconds to the stomach, to the lung, to the liver. And each time when you're practicing, you can use this organ to transfer energy. First, you are helping these people to recover. Secondly, you are used to that way to practice, and you lose all the sensation of your body. Then you are able to help your body to transform into energy, to travel out to space easier. That is how I want to update for you, because this is very important for you. Tomorrow, you come to level 18. I would guide you the technique after you practice and what is the method to merge. Importantly, when you deal with the severe sickness. And now, how come I let you receive the light of God aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to these organs that are afflicted, or to the healthy organs in yourself or in other people? These are the people you wish to help. Why? So you don't have any distraction when you are practicing. In the previous levels, I did not allow you to receive the light of God aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to all of the organs inside the body, because when you receive the light of God aura and you send to one country to another, one location to another, you have distraction. Especially for those of you who do not know where this location or the town, sometimes you remember where they are, or sometimes you do not know where they are. So that's why you have a problem as you are distracted. And with that distraction, then your practice is not effective. So, using the organs inside your body or the organs inside the people who are sick, more or less you know exactly where they are. You know the head, the arm, the feet, the eyes, your mouth, your teeth, for example, or all of the joints, the elbow, the shoulder, the knee. So in summary, you know these organs. You don't have any distraction because that is the reason why I want to update for you, using the organs inside your body to practice, so you are able to achieve faster. So in your practice, before you practice, you receive the light of God's aura into your head, and you also do the inhale and exhale 10 times. Afterwards, you drink the Iwi water, you pray to God, you pray to the soul of Master Dang to help your body to practice, to transform into energy, to combine with your soul, to travel out to space in order to learn and progress. That is a technique in level 17, which is to complement the information that you learned in the previous class, and also with the question and doubt that you have, you ask, so I can clarify for you, to help you to practice better, to help people better, and you can help in many aspects. That is how are you able to apply to help in agriculture, and you are able to contribute a lot in that field. That is the level 17 to prepare for you as you are practicing, as you are learning, to prepare you for the level 18. Your soul will be able to merge to the soul of the people who are sick, or your soul can merge to anyone who are not sick. Tomorrow, I would guide you clearly the technique. So you are able to apply to do this. So now continue on. I'll let you ask question. So in Belarus, in the same way, you can start with a question. Just like for the past few days, I had to decide the number of questions for each country. You keep the same number of questions as we had. So for each location, you have 3 questions or 2 questions. So we will continue on as the same format, just as we did in the level 16. So now we start out from Belarus. You can have 3 questions, and then we can continue on to the other countries. So now, Belarus, you can start with the question.
Нет, подождите, у меня там идет Алена, вы и Александр. Да? Кто последовательность, пожалуйста? Не вы. Руки поднимали и не понял, кто идет сегодня в первой части.
Я приветствую вас, мастер, и я благодарю Бога за то, что Он мне дал такого мудрого проводника в этой жизни. Мой первый вопрос. У меня пока не очень получается трансформация тела. Я все время засыпаю, как только начинаю передавать энергию. Мой вопрос. Когда объединяется душа и тело, куда они, в какое пространство они попадают? И что они там, какие знания они там получают? И по возвращению в наш материальный реальный мир, будет ли помнить моя память, моя физическая память, мое сознание, те уроки, которые оно там приобрело? И второй вопрос. Что такое внутренняя гармония? То есть человек дуален. У нас есть как и свет, так и тьма, есть добро и зло. Как их уравновесить? То есть что это такое? Либо это поочередное проявление того и другого, либо если устранить полностью тьму, будет ли это называться гармонией? Спасибо.
Dear Master, first I'd like to welcome you and thank God for the chance that I found such a wise guide in you to go through life and to be learning. Now I've got 2 questions. Unfortunately, so far I'm not very successful in transforming my body, material body, into the body of energy to go into the outer space. I fall asleep when I'm doing this exercise when I'm transferring energy. But the question of mine is related to this. When our soul and our body unite, what dimension do they go to? What kind of knowledge do they obtain there? And when we return from there to material world, would our material consciousness, would our material memory still have those lessons that we learned when in the outer space? And the second question of mine is about inner harmony. What is it? We are humans, we are dual, we have both light and darkness, we have both good and evil inside of us. So I wonder, how would that inner harmony be possible? Is it a balance of 2 of these phenomena? Is it a periodic change in between, a periodic domination of one or the other? Because when I think that if we destroy one, if we get rid of one, can we call what is left a harmony inside us? Thank you very much.
So these 2 questions, on the first part I want to share with you. In the case of a technique to practice, many times I had mentioned to you in the previous level, like in the recent level 16, I explained to you, when you practice, it's different. When you are sleeping, it's different. A number of you, when you were in level 16 and 17, you misunderstand and confused about the part. Differentiate between sleeping state when practicing. When you are falling asleep, when you close your eye, even a loud noise, then you are not aware of it. That is a way you are totally lose the sensation. But you thought that, but in fact, you travel out to space. and you learn and you progress. So you listen carefully. So to help you when you are practicing, I advise for you, you are sitting to practice. As you sit, to close your eyes to practice, and when you are falling asleep, suddenly your body will fall down. Then in a way you know you are falling asleep. But when you are still sitting intact, you thought that you are falling asleep, you don't have any movement, your body, through that practice, you would be successful as it transforms into energy to travel out to space. When you travel out to space to learn, I explained to you yesterday, however, number of you today, you did not listen to my explanation, so that's why now I explain for you. When you travel out to space, your purpose, as you combine with your soul, so that your soul can reach a higher state of enlightenment, to guide, to help your body to reach wisdom. Wisdom here meaning you understand everything, you act in every way to contribute to help people. It doesn't mean that you have this wisdom here, then you think that you are a genius in the world, but you have full knowledge. Only in that manner you are able to contribute in many aspects that you face, or when you come to help these people in these situations. That is how I explain for you. In the case of practicing to travel to space, eventually you have a chance to learn the level 18 and the higher levels. I will teach you the technique, how you can practice, so that you are able to merge with the living and merge with the dead. Only in that way, you are able to help in the physical world with the body being healthy, and spiritually you are able to help all the soul to evolve. That is the purpose of the teaching of UE for the past 18 years. It doesn't mean I tell you to practice just for fun, or to practice to see any result. What is the result of the practice? That is to serve, to help the communities and humanities. And then a step at a time, as you learn today, through your questions, through my answers, my experience I share with you, so you have more, and then starting tomorrow, everything would change. The technique would change. The most important part is I teach you how your soul can merge to help a sick person. That is more important. Now you are in this level. Through the question, as well as the question from level 16, I share with you the purpose that I teach you to travel out to space. There are many ways, many works for you in the future if you want to, if you wish to do, if you want to contribute. It doesn't mean that I'm teaching you and I force you, but if you can do it, you can contribute, then God will give you the blessing, a lot of blessing. Not just for you, but for your ancestors who passed away, also to help your children and grandchildren now and in the future. This is real. That is how I explain for you. That is the reason that you come here to learn level 16, 17. I teach you the technique to practice. Also, your body can transform into energy to travel to space. Through this question from this student, I confirm with you that you always thought that you're falling asleep, but in fact, when you practice, when you fall asleep, meaning your body has transformed into energy. But when you are wanting to fall asleep, it might take you 15 or half an hour to fall asleep. But now you are just practicing only 5 minutes. Suddenly, you are in a deep sleep. That means your body has transformed into energy. That is a very good sign for you, so that in the future, you can travel out to space, or in the future, you have a chance to merge with person A, B. You can merge to help the animals or inanimated object, so that you are able to contribute to help in all professions. Only in that manner, you can have the real state of wisdom and enlightenment. With your wisdom and enlightenment, then you can help others to have the same state of wisdom and enlightenment like you. If you are not, then you cannot help yourself, so how can you help others? Therefore, if you wish to do it, starting from the level 16, level 17, and the following levels. Try your best, more or less. Your body has to be able to travel out to space. Why? So you are able to merge with the living, and you continue to merge with the dead to help to revive the dead. These are the lessons in the future in the high levels. At the present time, to the question from this student, I want to share with you my experience so you can rest assured you continue on the journey to practice, and you can see the effect as I have answered and clarified for you. So you continue on to learn and progress. Now, as you know, in the human world, in the three-dimensional world, we're always stuck in the duality that contains everything. That is in the human world. We have to make it up. But when you have that unity, we still have that restriction. Therefore, when you are in the level 13 in UE, as I taught you in person or the instructor have taught you, you need to be above the duality, meaning unity, going above good, bad, evil, right, wrong as one. If you can do it, then slowly you will have wisdom, and your soul slowly you can evolve higher to have a higher state of enlightenment. Then when you reach that zero state, in nothingness it contains everything, because from zero it can create number one, and one cannot create zero. Zero here mean the combined frequencies, meaning all of the dimensions are in space. Then as we are using all of these dimensions from space, so we can help this earth in a three-dimensional world. Now, as you ask about space, how many dimensions are in space? I cannot measure, I cannot count, but I know out in space, the combined dimensions, we are able to use any of them with the condition that you come to learn level 16, you practice, your body can transform into energy to combine with the soul to travel out, and you are used to this dimension in space, so that you have the ability, you can travel here and there by your soul and by your body. By your body and soul, you are able to merge to the living as well as the dead. By your soul, you can leave the body and you are able to merge to another person, and that person, that is the person of your choice, so that you can continue on your journey to contribute to help the human society. That is how I share with you. If we can achieve each step like that, then when you are able to merge to people, one people or another, when you can merge collectively, then you can help others in any aspect, with the condition that you help them so they can be better to help others. It doesn't mean that you are merging to control these people according to your own will and to force them to follow your will. That is wrong. That is ineffective. You cannot do it. Listen carefully. So from now in level 16 and 17, you try to practice. So when you go to level 18, I let you practice right away in the case of merging. In the case that your soul can merge to my soul, and your soul can merge with the soul of these people who are sick. That is how I share with you, and that is how I summarize for you in the teaching agenda about duality and unity, and about the combined frequencies, as well as the combined dimensions out in space that you have been able to practice and you are able to use. At any time, any frequencies and any dimensions you are able to use. That is the reason we have the level 16, as I have taught you, to help you the technique, so that your body, you try your best to practice so you can transform the body into energy, to combine with the soul to travel out to space, to learn from many dimensions in space in order to meet the demands in the three-dimensional world on the earth with a deadlock that we are able to contribute to help. Now go on. Next question in Belarus.
Добрый день, уважаемый мастер. меня к вам следующий вопрос. Много лет назад у меня произошла клиническая смерть. С тех пор произошли некоторые изменения. То есть вот, глядя на себя в зеркало, все время задаю вопрос, ты ли это? Или, глядя на своего ребенка, все время спрашиваю, откуда она взялась. У меня постоянно идет внутренний диалог. Мои родные несколько страдают от меня. То есть у меня такой вопрос. Скажите, пожалуйста, как мне быть дальше? Оставаться ли в том состоянии и с теми изменениями, которые во мне произошли, или же с вашей помощью пытаться как-то гармонизировать мое состояние, но при этом понимая, что я могу вернуть то прошлое, которое было у меня раньше? И второй вопрос по поводу страха. Что такое страх? Спасибо.
Dear Master, I'd like to ask you a question. Many years ago, I went through a phenomenon of clinical death. And since then, a number of changes have taken place in my life. Oftentimes, when I come and look at myself in the mirror, a question comes to me: is that me? Is that me in the mirror? When I look at my child, I often ask: is she my daughter? Where did she come from? And thus, I have constant inner dialogue going inside my mind. My life is causing also some suffering, certain difficulties to my relatives. Thus, I ask myself, should I stay the way I am now? Should I keep on living with those changes that took place in me? Or should I use your help, ask your help to harmonize my state, risking the possibility of my past returning to me? And the second question of mine is, dear Master, what is fear? Thank you.
Through your question, let me share with you on the first part of your question. You are very fortunate that another soul merged to you, even though it did not complete 100%. The people in your family do not know, but you are still aware of it. It is better than the soul enter into your body and cause you to have a total mental breakdown. Who knows? Sometimes your ancestors, or sometimes the other soul from a chakra 3 to chakra 5 that come to support, to help you, to protect your body so you don't have any more accident, to keep your body, to carry out the program to help communities or people. For that reason, now you come to level 16, 17 and level 18. You can rest assured, after you learn level 18, there will be another special soul that come with full knowledge to come to help you. So you don't need to ask me to help. Automatically, another soul, higher soul, that will come into your body, so you can continue on your journey to help your body, so that your body can contribute to help other people. It is not that I am advertising, but if you go on to the level 19 in the future, when I organize the level 19, then everything has changed totally. My point here is, all the soul from the level 18 down, they will all be gone, because your soul, when you come to the level 16, 17, 18, you go through the changes. Your body always have all the souls who are close to protect your body, so you can receive the mission that the deities have given to you to help other people. However, when you come to the level 18, when you need to merge with Master Dang, or each day you can merge to help one person when you practice, then all of the soul, the lower one, they will have to leave you, because they have to yield to the higher soul with the mission that the deities had given. So for this student, as well as many of the students in a similar situation, you don't worry. After you complete the level 18, everything would change in a very positive way for you. So you are able to contribute to help your country, your people, and your family. So you don't have to worry about that. That is on the first part. Now, as you know, fear. It is not you. That is culture, tradition, family, society. As you know, I remind you about the life of the humans. When you are born in 1 year, you are not afraid when you fall down, and you are afraid of sick for us. But this infant, when they fall down, and they can heal themselves fast. I give you a very simple example from a mentality of the humans. I see that in human world, at the age of 10 to 15, when they go to swim, they are afraid of drowning. For the infant, only a few months old, they come down to the water, they are not afraid. But for us, when we jump down the water, because of our knowledge, we jump into the river, we are afraid and we may get drowned. You can see. I want to share with you in a very simple way, as you can understand. So from the past until now, tradition, culture, family, society, for the past 200,000 years, from the moment the people from Atlantis returned back to the deities, that in the previous levels I have mentioned to you about the 3 parts of the brain. That is the mammal and reptilian part of the brain that block the primary brain of the humans. That's why it causes us to have fear. With fear, the smartest person on earth, we can only use 6% of the brain. And using 6% of the brain, then how can you properly research beyond the 3 dimensions? You're only within the 3 dimensions. Even if you try your best, you go beyond other dimensions in space, but you are always restricted. You don't have the ability to research about other dimensions beyond the 3 dimensions on earth. That is because of our limitation. After 200,000 years, after the people from Atlantis, these people, they had wisdom and enlightenment. They can transform the body into energy, but they had to return back to God. If these people 200,000 years ago, the deities did not take them back, then for sure now, after 200,000 years until this moment, the humans on earth, for sure, will have wisdom and enlightenment. We would not have war, hatred, or suffering. We don't have fear. You can see. Now, at any situation, any books, they always teach us and cause us to have fear. And if we know that that is a false sense, then you will have wisdom. My mission of teaching you for 18 years is to help you so you can have peace, calm, you can clear out your fear. By the way of practicing with the pyramids, by the way of practicing with the antenna, by the way of spinning the chakra in the level 4. All of these cases, that is for me to help you, whether it is for 30 seconds or 30 minutes. As you are in that meditated state, then at that moment you don't have fear. And then when you go in level 3, you are open chakra 100% and you place your hand on chakra 5 and chakra 7 in 5 minutes. At that moment, you don't have fear because it's not yours. At that moment, there is a powerful energy from the universe that merges with you, so you are able to help the wandering soul to leave the body, to help the person to be back to normal. I let you practice from low to high already. In fact, I let you practice from the moment you have the chakra open 30% in level 1. But you are more firm when you have the chakra open 100% in level 3. At that moment, your soul officially, at the time you go through the changes. Until now, you are able to contribute to help yourself, help your family, help your people in your country, as well as the other people in the world. That is how I explain for you. For that reason, the teaching of UE is teaching you, so you can get rid of your fear. Then you can do the work. I let you meditate, then how can you have fear? I let you practice with the pyramid. Let's say right now you are frightened, and you place the antenna model right here, and then you place the double pyramid, and then you practice, and I let you keep on practicing, looking from the top down, and you just focus. And when you do that, you are in a meditated state, then you don't have any fear. I want to update for you about the concept of fear. with fear, your energy transfer to heal people is not as effective. Just like many classes in the past, when you have anger, sadness, and that I told you never transfer energy to the sick people, you are not able to cure them. With your anger, your distraction, and then sadness, the energy is disconnected from you. When you try to transfer energy to these people, you are not able to heal them. That is the reason, because of your fear, your worries. So in summary, I want to train you to have wisdom and enlightenment, meaning we don't have any rules or dogma to solve so that you don't have any fear. That is a lesson I want to remind you, so you can return back to the state of a person with wisdom and enlightenment, return back to the state of the person with a true self of your soul. Your soul is a true self already, but I want to teach your soul, to teach you so you can regain back. Now in your body you can regain the true self. That is the truth. It is not to find the truth through the books, or to travel here and there, or read here and there, or listen here and there to find it. No, right in you. It belongs to you. You have everything. You already have it. How come you don't use it? And you don't want to do it? And you just can use your true self to help others, and you keep on looking elsewhere. It is right in your soul, right in your body, right close to you, living with you 24 hours a day, but you are looking elsewhere. Why? Because you keep on searching elsewhere. That's why you have fear. If you know the true self in you, you are using the true self, then you don't fear anyone. There's nothing to fear. Is it right? You are looking for the illusion. That's why you have fear. When you face the reality, that is the truth. That is your true self. The reality, meaning when I teach you to have the meditated state, I let you practice to travel out to space. This is real. This is the true self. Then you don't have fear. As you practice already, you don't have any fear. And when you lose all the sensation of your body, when your body transforms into energy, just like the air, there's nothing for you to feel fear, because then you go beyond time and space. That's why I want to teach you. The teaching of UE is to teach you to have wisdom and enlightenment, with the condition to teach you to control your fear. Therefore, the teaching of UE, we don't have any dogma. You have the freedom of choice. You can do anything. When you fail, you ask me to help, I help. When you need Master Dang to help you, I help you. And with your personal business, I don't even interfere with you. But when you ask, then I answer. I answer to give you my opinion. But then when I answer to give you my opinion, whether you listen or not, it's up to you. I know. Among my students, many of them, they ask me. They ask me, and then I ask why. I give you my opinion, and they keep on asking me why. It is so strange. Ask me for my opinion, I give the opinion, and that's why I give that. I said, you don't listen, and you try to do something else, and you fail. When you fail, and then you come, and they don't listen to me, and they lost $400,000. I tell you not to do it, and you do it, you lose the money. It's rather to lose money rather than to lose your life. So you lose 400,000. It's better than losing your life. You work for 18 more years, and then you can have it, but you die in 10 years. You don't have the time to work to earn 400,000. My students, I have many of them in that scenario, near and far. Many of them, they ask for my opinion, I answer, and they don't listen. Just like you pray to Buddha, and you ask Buddha, and ask Buddha to listen to you, and the Buddha don't listen to you, and you don't believe in Buddha. And you go to Jesus and ask for Jesus, and ask for Mary, ask for many things, but Jesus and Mary give you, and you say it is good, otherwise you go elsewhere. You go to pray, and you ask the deities to listen to you. It is so strange. My God. They pray to the deities to help you, but you ask Buddha to listen to you, otherwise you go elsewhere. That is the fear, and that I want to explain for you. Me and you, we all have the religion. In my people, we worship the ancestors about 5,000 years ago, and then in the recent 2,000 years, we have the Buddhism, and within the 3 centuries, we have the Catholics. And about 1 century, we have the Muslim and other religion that enter the country into Vietnam. However, the religious means is to help us so that we can have peace through the way of prayers. when you believe and you pray to Buddha, to the deities, to Jesus. This is a good thing. But when you pray, do you have a calm mind or not? If you pray and you have a calm mind, then the deities, the religious leaders that you believe in can really help you. But when you pray and in your heart you all have a lot of distraction, then for sure you would never have any answer. You pray, the listener do not listen, hear you, because you pray and your mind, you have a lot of distraction, whether if they listen to you or not. You don't know with the fate of your family or everybody else. You pray to Buddha and Christ, you keep on thinking about right now whether it happened or not, good or bad, whether you can help or not. In that way you have distraction. I know for sure you cannot have any answer. So the teaching of UE, we are fortunate. I just say in general that the deities, as the deities, they are all of the religious leaders in any religion, and you are able to help. I will not tell you that in one religion you have to pray to another. No, except in all of religion, most of them, they believe in God. Except Buddhism, they don't believe in God. They only believe in Buddha, no one else. Beyond Buddha, they don't recognize God. But in Buddhism, only the saint from others, they don't recognize only the saint in their own religion. They do not believe in others. I know. More or less in my country, Buddhism has been around for 2,000 years, so I know they don't believe in anything else. They only believe in Buddha. And God later on with the concept from Western, what they mentioned about God, so now they start to think about the notion of God. They don't believe in God, but they keep on saying, my God, my God. They keep on saying, oh my God, how come God is unjust? How come God is unjust? Some of them, they dare to say that, well, whenever something happens, they keep on saying, my God. And they say that, my God, blaming God for being evil, and then asking God to save them, curse at God, and also asking God, and just say God is evil, and then calling God to save. Because of the culture in my country, they're so afraid of the deities, the high being. So everybody is praying, and they keep on praying just to have peace. I remember when I was young, I took the black magic potion, and he burned the paper and I put in the water and gave me to drink, and I drink and I heal myself. My God! At that time, I was always taking many of this black magic. I just want to share with you the teaching of UE as you learn. Then you know how to use universal energy in a scientific perspective. Our brain, we can use only 6%. Altogether, let's say you try to do 3 things or 4 things at once, you cannot. You can only do 1 thing at a time. For these yogi masters, similarly, as I went through, as I learned to meditate, for these yogi masters, after they do task A, then they can do task B, and after they finish task B, they can do task C. On that way, they can succeed. But altogether, you can do A, B, C, D, then you would fail. So, with the recent 4 decades, the scientists from the West who research about the people who close their eye to meditate, the 2 brain, the right and left hemisphere of the brain are connected to improve the immune system. And when you are not in a meditative state, then the 2 parts of the brain are disconnected. And that was the image in the level 7 special. I show you in this level. I just want to repeat to prove to you about universal energy. When you know how to use universal energy beyond the 3-dimensional world, many other dimensions out in space that you are able to use, you are able to solve everything, because your soul, billions of the cells inside your body, billions of the soul of the cells inside the body, they are all related to outside many other dimensions out in space. If we know how, we can use the dimension from outer space, then you are able to help to strengthen here. And that way I have taught you in the 18 years of UE in many countries. As you learn in the higher levels, you pray. I show you in level 16, as you are watching TV, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds. In principle, from a scientific perspective, your brain, whatever you can do, and if you try to do other distracted, it's not effective. But if you believe in the high being or the deities, that is the fourth dimension or above, or the combined dimension out in space. When you combine with these dimensions, then the religious leaders will help you. The deities in your relation will help you. So your brain, you don't have any distraction, and you are more stronger. Including when you are sick with mental shock, with a lot of worries or fears in your mind. Each time when you are working, you don't lose the time of your work. But when you are working, you see that your mind is distracted. That causes you to have fear and worries. At that moment, you receive the light of God's aura into your head 2 seconds and send 3 seconds. That is the purpose. You are inviting the religious leaders or the deities to merge into your body and your soul. Then you can get rid of your fear. If you think in a material way, then your mind will have headaches. If you invite the deities or the religious leaders to merge with your soul, then you have everything. You have peace. Therefore, in the lower levels, I often teach you, the student, when you calculate with your mind, you have headaches. But if you calculate to think that how you can learn, how you can contribute to help people with their health, how you can help other people to have the chakra open or to develop on a spiritual path, then you think like that, you can think all day, you don't have any headaches. But if you try to think in business and making profit or not, then only in 3 hours you have headaches. If you don't believe me, tonight you try it. As Master Dang mentioned like that, now to try to learn, to try to practice, to travel out to space, to merge, to help the family members, to help your loved one, to help the neighbors, to help your country and people, to help your religion. You just keep on thinking like that, then you feel your body so light, without any worries, without any fear. But if you are thinking that you are learning this way, so that you can find the wealthy people, you treat them for money, and you go to an area just to try to get money from them and organize that to get money. Only in half an hour you have headaches because you are calculating. That's why you have fear. But if you just give without any condition, when you start to think of your self-interest, then you have fear. But when you are thinking of the loss, you think that you just give, then it is much better. Money from others, when you are taking in, and you have fear, you are afraid that with this money, what you're going to do at night, you are sleeping, you don't know what you're going to do with the money, and if that the people rob the bank, then the money you are afraid that you get caught. So when you are giving, it is much better. From others, when you are taking in the money, that's why it causes you to fear. I explained for you everything through all the dogmas, to all the laws, and about the religions, and about your practice through this question, about the reason why we have fear. It is very lengthy. Only in the way of fear, I can teach you for half a month. It's not even sufficient. Not to mention about talking in about 15 minutes. But in this level, I summarize everything for you so you can understand why. So you don't have any fear. So you can practice to help yourself, to help your family, to help others, to have success in order to protect your health. That is a light of joy to you. When you have the light of joy, then everyone around you will benefit from that light of joy. And that is your true self that will appear. And that is the truth inside you, not outside. Do not look for the truth outside anywhere, because everything is all illusion. That's why you look for the real truth in you. That is the guarantee. The truth of others is all fake, because it is not real. That is how I summarize for you about the fact how come we have fear. These are the experience I share to this student, as well as many of you from other countries who are here now in this level 17. Now go on, next question.
Добрый день, мастер. У меня есть три где-то взаимосвязанных между собой вопроса. Вопрос первый. Мы говорим о том, что всеми нашими действиями, поступками движет наша душа. Вот Ирина Дмитриевна, например, когда-то мне сказала, что вот в эту школу меня привела моя душа. Я с ней согласен, я ей верю. Вот. Вот. Но общество человеческое где-то разработало ряд каких-то карательных мер, ряд законов, которые наказывают человека за какие-то нехорошие поступки. Вот. Я бы хотел задать вопрос, а существует ли в духовном мире наказание для души, потому что общество ведь наказывает своими законами тело, обществу не до души. Вот. Существует ли в духовном мире наказание для души? Ну, например, если человек в течение жизни, ну, предположим, издевался над животными, да, можно ли предположить, что его душа после его смерти будет реинкарнирована в животное, и попадет это животное к такому хозяину, который будет издеваться, значит, над этой душой, и в результате на своей шкуре вот эта душа испытает, как это не есть хорошо, и таким образом она где-то получит степень совершенствования. Это первый вопрос. Вопрос второй. В обществе человеческом существует издавна проблема отцы и дети. И, может быть, во многих семьях даже есть близнецы, и эти дети, казалось бы, получают одинаковое воспитание от родителей, и родители их гладят одинаково, а дети будут совершенно разные. Вот. И родители зачастую недоумевают, почему это так, и где-то можно услышать порой от родителей в сердцах, как они говорят, и в кого ты там такой родился, и прочее, прочее, прочее. Вот. В одной из книг канадского психолога Лиз Бурбо где-то я прочел такую ее точку зрения о том, что когда рождается в семье ребенок, то в него вселяется душа, которая уже идет, скажем, с определенной программой, и что она знает, что она должна вселиться именно в этого ребенка, и эта душа в своей прошлой жизни не получила необходимую степень совершенствования, и она знает, что именно в этом ребенке, во взаимодействии с этими родителями, она получит ту степень совершенствования, которую не получила в прошлой жизни. И, соответственно, сумеет воздействовать через ребенка на родителей, чтобы души родителей получили тоже степень совершенствования, которую их души должны получать через своих детей. Если вот хотелось бы знать мнение мастера относительно, ну, скажем, вот такой точки зрения вот этого канадского психолога, и если можно ли предположить в этой связи, что вот у меня недавно родилась дочь. Могу ли я, допустим, предположить, что в мою дочь реинкарнировала душа моей матери, умершей ранее? И третий вопрос. Все на Земле, в любом сообществе, в животном мире, в человеческом, все находится в постоянной борьбе. И вот эта борьба – это необходимый инструмент для совершенствования, для развития, как мы и говорим на наших семинарах. Вот. Где-то отвечая на один из вопросов нашего семинара, где-то в предыдущий день, вы, мастер, нам рекомендовали, что если мы медитируем, медитировать с открытыми глазами, потому что если мы закроем глаза, может получиться так, что душа может где-то наша где-то выйти и на ее место занять другая душа. Можно ли понять и считать следующим образом, что в духовном мире существует тоже некая борьба между душами, некая вот борьба за тело, я бы сказал, да, и это тоже борьба между душами за возможность совершенствоваться, реинкарнировать очередной раз, тоже как необходимый элемент для развития, для дальнейшего. Все, спасибо.
Dear Master, I have 3 questions. My first one is regarding a soul. Everything, all our acts are defined by our soul. Irina said that it was my soul that brought me here in the School of Universal Energy, and I agree with her because I believe her. And here's my question. Human society has certain punishment measures for bad acts. If a body behaves improperly, it is being punished in society. Can we assume that in spiritual world, there are also certain punishments for the souls? For example, say if a person was abusing animals during his life, then maybe if he dies, when he dies, his soul might incarnate in an animal body and gets an owner who would be abusing the dog, that animal, and thus the soul would learn that it was not proper to be abusing someone else. Just an example, but the question is, are there any kind of punishment measures for wrongdoing in the spiritual world for the souls? Second question. In human society, we have what could be called the problem of fathers and children, or the generation gaps, or the problem among generations. Oftentimes, when twins are born in a family, people are surprised, parents are surprised, how come you are raising both of them equally, doing the same thing, whilst they came to live, to become very different people. I was thinking about this, and lately I got a book of Canadian psychologist. A lady was writing there that there is a possible explaining a theory that when a child is born in a family, a soul that comes in it comes to the world with a certain predefined program, as it finds in this particular family, in this particular soul, and surrounding the conditions necessary for its further development, for the further perfection of the soul, and also of the souls of those who are around it. Basically, the soul gets what she needs what the soul needs for further development, at the same time bringing others what they are lacking, what kind of lessons they need. What could you say about such a theory? Recently, I had a daughter born in my family, and would it be correct to think that maybe the soul of my mother, who died previously earlier, could have incarnated in my daughter? And the third question of mine, on earth we are living in conditions of constant struggle which is probably necessary for development, for perfection. Now, in one of the answers that you've given yesterday or the day before yesterday, in the previous days of the seminar, you told us that when we meditate, we should meditate with our eyes open, so that our soul doesn't leave the body and another doesn't come in, doesn't take possession of our body. This pushed me to assume that maybe there is also struggle among souls in the spiritual world, struggle to have a body, which seems to be a tool for further development, struggle for the possibility to reincarnate and get new experiences. Could you please comment more about this as well? Thank you very much.
Through this question from the student in Russia, I will slowly answer for you. Now on the first part. Now let me explain for you if the soul of all the living creatures eventually reach the human stage, and the human may guide them, and it is drawn into the material world and slow down their evolution cycle. When they take the form of the human, in only a several lifetime, they do not really know about the structure and experience in the human world. So that's why they are being misled in the human world. However, there are many souls that are fortunate in the case when they are low, but when they are in the human world, they met some people with knowledge and understanding who knows to help them, to lead them on the path of spiritual development, then they can learn faster. That is how I explained for you about the part of the soul. As I explained for you yesterday, my soul and your souls, we are not coming from below. We are being sent from high above down here. That is very fortunate for many of you, that our body has been chosen by the deities to give us this mission in order to help mankind. If you understand this fact, then it is the infinite wealth that the deity has given to you. So you have to try your best to repay the deities who give us this ability that others do not have. As you have, you need to thank the deities as you have this blessing. Whether with the means as you can come to learn, or any means other people help you as you can come to learn, that is very fortunate for you. And this is the infinite, invaluable gift that with money you can buy, cannot buy. With power or with money in this world you cannot. Only with the blessing from the deities who give to you, then you can have this gift. For that reason, in the recent seminars, I had advice for you how you can understand and you know this infinite wealth, the spiritual path, so you can help yourself and others. You need to show appreciation and thanks the deities. If you give it up, it is a pity. There are so many who wish to have this and they don't, and you have and you throw it away. It is a pity for you. These are the 15% of the people that I often remind, and I always pray for this 15% of these people to be awakened. They have the infinite wealth, but they do not value it, and they throw it away. It is a pity. Even I say like this, but I give them the freedom of choice. I cannot interfere with them. I only advise and pray for them. Within my ability to pray, to advise, then it is up to how they can do it. I cannot fully protect all of them. Whether they are my close family, I may not be able to protect them. That is how I share with you. So everything has changed, meaning that the souls are controlling the body to follow the souls. If the soul with ability controlling the body, and if that body is so stubborn, then the soul will leave in order to go into another body to help another body, including Master Leming Dang right in front of you. As I'm teaching you, as you don't know, I teach you. As you ask, I answer. But if you already know it, then why should I answer for you? Something you do not know, and something you don't, you already understand, then why should I teach you? I only teach those who do not know, because if you know, I don't need to teach you. I tell you the truth, including my family members. If they say that they know it, I don't teach. I only teach for those who do not know, who come to me to learn something that you do not know, and you ask me, I answer. If you already know, you say that you know, then why should you come to learn from me? You don't need to learn. I tell you the truth. I don't teach you. I tell you the truth. If you know it, then I don't teach you. I teach for those who do not know. Why? So they know, just like me, in order to serve, to help people. If you know it already, then why should I teach you? Is it right? Right now, the student who learn in high school already, and you say that you come and you teach them in elementary school, then my God, they are in high school. Why should you teach them elementary school? They have learned already. Even from elementary and they go to high school, then you have to go to college. So why should I teach you in a lower one? So that is the reason I share with you something you don't know and you need to learn. So I remind all of you, in the case the similarity of the material and the spiritual world, you have the ability to help people. Does it mean that you have the ability just like the souls of the mammal or reptilian that are blocking the primary brain, that causes us not to reach the wisdom, and we can only use 6% of our brain? That it is a pity for our brain. Now we understand, we know, and then how come you give up? How come you don't want to help your soul so that your soul can help yourself and you can help others, but you try to suppress your soul? And you suppress your soul and you also suppress the other souls. That's why your soul would hide. Just like Master Dang, for those who already know that I do not teach, I already teach those who do not know. And the soul, to pray to the deities, that body is so good, then ask God to go back as you're supposed to come down to teach the body, and the body try to teach you, so you're returning back to God. As the soul return back to God, then suddenly you die. Suddenly you sit like this and you just yawn and you just fall and die. Because you think that you are so good, and then the soul leave you. This is something that I keep on reminding you. Hopefully that you try your best to help yourself, your soul, the soul of other people, and the soul of the other people. They are no strangers. These are your family members. I say that you have the soul of others, meaning you are helping your family members, your children and grandchildren now, your family in the future, no strangers. You cannot even help your family, so how can you help the strangers? So I advise for you at that point. It doesn't mean that I advise for you and you try your best to help your soul. So your soul with the ability, you can help the stranger? For sure not, because you cannot even help your family members. Only in your family members, you cannot even fully help them. It takes a long time to help all the strangers. For your family members, it takes a long time. So I share with you the similarity between the material and the spiritual world. Now I talk about the spiritual world, I talk about the souls. The soul, as you know, those are the people on earth, they are limited. Many of the sorcerers who practice black magic, and their ability is limited in the region. With their black magic, they cannot practice in another region. In my country, it is very strange. They find a way to explain. They said that after they practice black magic, when they go abroad, it is the power is lost. So, with my experience, I share with you in my country. In the case of possession, they use a lot of black magic. In Vietnam, it seems like the number one. But when they go to Thailand, sometimes they try to boast to Master Dang. And when I pray to Master Dang, pray to God, and suddenly that person would not be able to speak for 3 days. I do not punish, but in fact, I let the invisible one, the soul, who stopped that person from speaking for 3 days. It doesn't mean that you can practice black magic and then you can merge to help people, possess people, especially you go abroad. When you cause a lot of problems, so I pray, and that person is mute for 3 days, could not speak for 3 days. That was about 10 years ago it happened. For that reason, the soul cannot choose. However, the soul can go around. Just like, for example, these people who want to look for fruit, for example. You see a garden with a fruit and you come in and steal the fruits. So in the same way, when you're sitting right here, as you're sitting right here, the souls, they know that the body is vacant. And as your body has left, the soul left, and the vacant body, the other, they would enter. So that soul enter the body, possess the body. So once it entered the body would have like a mental breakdown, because that soul doesn't know that it entered the body. That caused a total mental breakdown of the body. They thought that they can use that body to develop, but when they enter, that caused a total mental breakdown, because of these are the lower soul. A higher soul, when they enter and close to you, and that soul can help you to overcome the problem or the suffering. Then your body, as you have chosen by the deities to help others, for that reason the deities send the soul from the chakra tree up to come to help you. There are many types of souls, but especially in the teaching of UE, as a deity had allowed us from the chakra tree down, the body just died. When you pray for the soul to return back to the deities, especially in the case if your family members, only when they love the family member, they want to stay around to help their family members. So it is so difficult. Secondly, after death, they still hang on to the material. That is one of the cases in my own family. As you can see, as I'm teaching you, I have so many students, but in my own family, do not learn. After death, a lot of people who go to the funeral giving all the money and crying, but after the burial, they forgot to pray, so the soul cannot go anywhere. And in a big house, a person can stay in the big house. Let the family members see, and the children learn to level 6 to pray for the soul to leave, but the soul still want to stay around. And when the wife see that the soul of the husband still stay around and keep on opening the door, so when after selling the house, because the house is sold, then the soul would leave. That is my brother-in-law of Master Dang. I tell you the truth. After death, then they still hang on to the house, hang on to the material. After death, they still hang on. When alive, they're greedy. Ask for my money to build a house, and ask for more money to build a 5-story house, and to put the statue of Buddha. After putting the statue of Buddha, the person died, and the house eventually is sold because nobody would leave, because the soul is still staying around into the house. That is happening in my own family. I have the ability, but I cannot help because I did not learn. I just learned last year, and that person died 5 years ago, so how can I help? That is how I want to share with you. So there is the order in the spiritual world for the soul to help. There are the responsible beings who send to us to help us, and also we are fortunate that we are sent from above. God sent us down here, so that through the master to remind you, so you already understand. But in this strange world, because of the strange world in the human society, that's why I want to remind you about your true self, your ability, so you can serve. I myself suffering for 34 years. My soul come down here. As my soul go into the body of Master Dang, see how strange it is in this human world. And Master Dang, I see the body is also so strange. For that reason, God has been teaching all until now, as I'm more familiar. After 34 years, after you learn, you take a break. After I teach, and I continue to learn. Later on, 1 hour, if 1 hour later I die, and now I still learn. And that is what happened in my life. It means I stop learning, continue to learn until death. And the body died, then I stop to learn, but the soul continue to learn. That is how I want to share with you about the body and the soul. I just want to summarize for you through the examples as the means, examples through the experience, so you are able to learn as you are able to evolve. My purpose is to always remind you, to help you, so your body can have wisdom and your soul can have enlightenment to the higher state, in order to contribute to help the human society. That will include your country, your family, and your religion. That is the teaching of UE as established for the past 18 years. Now, as this student has presented, perhaps the soul of your mother coming to your daughter is not so difficult. I tell you the truth. Sometimes your great grandfather come to be your grandson. The soul is neither man or woman. So as the soul coming back, to enter into the family. So sometimes it may happen. Since you cannot see, the deity do not reveal you to see. So instead of just stay around, so if your children, especially like in the Chinese or in a foreign country, they can refer like you're talking to your parents, you and me, even addressing to the grandma, or in America or in England, they say that you and me. It is so easy to address to the elders. Is it right? It is so simple. The complication, who only in my country, they have the uncle, aunts, and in Europe they only use one word, but in Vietnamese it's so complex because they have, especially in the northern, they have different dialect. And to refer to the aunt from the maternal and the fraternal, so in Vietnamese they are so complicated. So that's why 5,000 years they are still complicated. These people who are always complicated. That's why it is it's so simple in the language, but no. And then sometimes they make it so difficult for the children, especially the Chinese. In the Vietnamese, when you are addressing the mother or the father-in-law, so my God, it's so difficult in the culture in Vietnam. That is how I want to share with you. The similarity in the material and the spiritual, they have the hierarchy. Just like when you are learning, how come you learn in level 5, 5.1 and 5.2, and above you, naturally when the pyramid for the chakras for the level 6 and you try to practice, you lose the energy. I recently taught level 19. Clearly I said that, remember, each day you can try to practice to travel out to space, then you pray to Master Dang to merge with you, and each day you can only merge 3 persons. And my students, what they do? Each time when they practice, they try to merge to 10%. They try to merge to 30% each day, and then 3 days later, they try to call Master Dang to help them. They were crying and said, Master, save me, and since I do not listen to you, I feel so discomfort because each day I merge to 30%, and in 3 days I'm merging to 90%, and suddenly lose all the energy. You can see there are so many other, but the recent one that I teach you, so you are able to learn to practice. So in the future you are used to it, and when you practice successfully, you go to higher levels. Each day you can merge 1 million people. You can. So why should you rush? And you rush, and then you do not die. You just lose all the energy. Because I have my phone, and you call me for 30 seconds, I can help you to recover your energy. Therefore, in the case of the soul, as this student had presented, perhaps these are the soul from your ancestor, as they love you, your family. They ask the deities to merge to come into your children and grandchildren. This happened a lot in many countries, in any culture. But the deities always hide the identity, so you don't see it. In my country, people who die and revive, and in my country, many of the elders who died and emerge and reincarnate in their children. They know everything, but in a family member, they would not recognize, especially like, let's say, the mother died and reincarnate as the child. But in the past, she hid things, but now they have to dig up and find this and find that. Now it is difficult because the mother now enter to be the son, and then her son is now how they going to address, because the soul of the mother now enter the boy, because in the past she was the mother. Now after death reincarnate into a boy. So now how you address? It is so difficult to address in that case. This is the real that happened in Vietnam. So from my understanding, in many countries it also happened, but the deities always hide their identity, so it is easy for us to live. But now you are afraid, then how can you evolve? Especially it is the soul of your parents. If they love you and they reincarnate into your children, when you know it, you also feel suffering. So how can you deal with it? How you address them? So I cannot confirm whether it's right or wrong. I know for sure it happened. And in this case, that your mother had now reincarnated into your daughter, I don't have any comments. In fact, I don't have any comments about that. I know it happened in many other scenario. Or to this question, I don't have any comments in the case that whether your mother had reincarnated into your daughter or not. I don't have any comments because the deities do not teach me this. I do not teach you this. Now, in the case of the soul of the twins, always the ancestors, they always have one, and then there's two souls, to the twins. So never thought that the blessing from the ancestor who give to you, it is the blessing of your soul. In Vietnam, there's a case that I remember. Sometime in the class, I had given the case of the twin to give you the example as a means for you to learn. They have the same ancestors with the same hour, the exact hour. One is rich and the other is a laborer. So now, what do you think? These are the two souls who volunteer, one as a rich person and the other as a laborer in order to learn. That is from my understanding, I want to share with you. So for those who are fortune teller, importantly, they need to look at your soul. If they can find your soul, that is better. The body, you may be able to predict 50-60%, but someone enter and tell you about the identity of your soul. Perhaps they can be maybe accurate to 80%, but not 100%. That is how I share with you, so you can understand about the case. Each of the soul, they have its own mission that the deities sent into the body, to see if that body who received that mission more or less high or low. Then it is depending on the level of the soul, high or low. That is how I share with you. I explain clearly for you. In the case you do not have that struggle, but I want to explain for you in one point. All of the body who just died, the soul is waiting out in the cemetery, and they've been waiting for a long time. They are not able to reincarnate. When they feel discouraged, they go here and there. As you can see, they try to go to find freedom, but then they met many of these sorcerers who trapped them and following them, and then suddenly they close the door. As they use black magic to control you, you have to work for them. That is the reason I share with you in the case of these wandering souls. But they're fortunate when they are trapped by this black people who practice black magic. When they enter, possess a body, and then when they see you, you have the energy, you place your hand and you pray, the soul can return back to the deities, and they don't have to be trapped by these sorcerers anymore. Yesterday I had answered for you. If you learn from level 7 and higher, if you have your family members who are sorcerers or practicing black magic, then for sure they do not like you to come to see them, and they don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Why? Because when you come to visit them, then all of the wandering souls will be liberated. They don't have any more wandering souls to help them. That is how I explain for you. Sometimes the soul, you think that you have freedom, but there are laws and there are limitations, otherwise they are being trapped. So a number of you in the level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, sometimes you have the wandering soul, they are afraid, they do not dare to go, because they are afraid to be trapped again. They thought that you are practicing black magic and trapping them because they knew it. So when you are helping once a group of the wandering soul, then the following one will, because when those who are able to liberate it, then the soul can see, and as this soul can see, they would come to request you to help through the way that you can sense the presence, and then you pray, or you can place your hand, or with your energy from the level 7 and higher, they follow your energy so they can evolve. I share with you one of the story in my country. In the past, when I taught only a level 6, not even level 7, my student abroad who returned back to my country to visit Vietnam also helped the case of false mental problem. These are the wandering soul who possess the body to cause problem. After the treatment, the soul agreed to go. and then they are faking, they do not want to go, and after the student left the house, they possess the body again. They said that when the student was around, they merged into the body and saying that they don't want to go. So next time when that student come and ask Master Dan and try to liberate the soul, and as I do not know, but my soul, whether my soul know or not, but my body do not know. So I do not know any being that capture this wandering soul inside the pyramid. It would be just like they are in jail. And then when they possess the body and ask Master Dan to liberate them, because this time they really want to go, as they must possess the body to say that. So that student hear that and pray to Master Dan, and do not know who trapped them in the pyramid. Asked me at that time I was abroad, and that person was in Vietnam. And asked me if I have the power. That person promised, so I can help to liberate that wandering soul. After they said that prayer, and then that soul was liberated. That is one of the real story in Vietnam. One of my students who came back to America and told me that was about 10 years ago. I do not know. Perhaps my soul would know, but that is the business of my soul. So I advise for you, you can hide anyone. Never hide from the deities. You can say to anyone, but never hide from your own soul, because your soul is a true self. It's not the ego. From your ego, you can tell that to your true self. So why should you be afraid? Because nobody would know. You just reveal to your true self. Between you and your soul, you are linked together 24 hours. And you are afraid. If you are afraid, then you always have problems. You always have worries. If you don't have fear, you can present truthfully to your soul. That is my opinion. I share with you. There's no struggle, because the soul, they know the hierarchy. You know, for a soul, when seeing the sorcerer with the black magic, they were trapped, just like in real life. They were put in jail. Do not think that the soul have this ability or that ability. They don't. Our soul, we have the ability. The reason that we have the ability, it is because the deities who send us down here to train the body to know how to use that energy in order to help others. That is the infinite wealth. If you don't want to use it to help your soul, to combine with the soul to help others, you're not harming others. And so it is your own fault. It is your pity, because your soul doesn't have any sin. It doesn't mean that this body killing animals, and the next life it is not the soul who killed the body, but in a way you are helping the soul of the cow, the animal, to evolve. I tell you the truth. Whoever condemned them with their sin, I say they don't have any sin, so they help all the soul. Instead of being the cow or the buffalo, now they become the human to evolve. So instead of being a pig, 8 more years to die. So in a way you are helping them to evolve faster in the human world. So it is better than in the animal world. It doesn't mean that I tell you to go and kill all the animals, but the mission, if your mission it is to help the animal to evolve, others cannot do it. Let's say for you, you tell a normal person to kill a pig or to kill a cow, you do not dare to do it. And others who in a slaughterhouse, they can do it easily. It is their job, they can do it very easily. They don't have any sin. I tell you, they don't have any sin. I'm different. And other cultural tradition, as the book have written, it is up to them. They use the means to help people to stay away from evil. Now, you use as you are following the spiritual path, as your soul reaches higher, as you know it, you want to help the lower one to learn to follow the steps, just like you. On this I have explained many times, so now I just repeat through this question. I just share with you so you can benefit from this. So now we're on to next question in Germany.
Did you understand the content of the second question?
You're asking about the destiny of the country that is only able to teach the lower levels in UE, is that right?
Exactly, exactly. So everything is clear for everybody?
Yes, that is clear for me.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy, ở bên Đức, học viên này xin hỏi hai vấn đề. Vấn đề thứ nhất là chúng con thường nghe Thầy nói bây giờ mình chỉ còn có 2 năm nữa. Thì xin Thầy có thể giải thích chúng con mà biết tại sao chúng con chỉ còn 2 năm nữa. Vấn đề thứ hai, xin Thầy có cho chúng con biết về cái vận mạng của một số những cái quốc gia mà chỉ có khả năng để dạy được những cái lớp thấp của ngành nhân điện mà thôi, không có đủ sức để dạy được những cái lớp cao, thì cái vận mạng của những quốc gia đó sẽ như thế nào? Dạ xin hết thưa Thầy. Now let me explain for you. When I say 2 years, as I received the message from my deities who give me the mission, I only have 2 more years. How can I try my best to help all of you to have wisdom and enlightenment? The more, the better. To contribute to help all over the world. That will include your own country. 3 years ago, I see that the time is so short. How can I have the ability to do it? As I have the answer from the deities. In the human world, it might take 100 years, but to the deities, it only take 1 year. Just like for the past few days or the recent years, I often teach you. I said that for us, 1 person learning 7 days equal to 2 person learning a combine of 70 years in both physical and spiritual aspect. As you are able to help the wandering soul, you are able to achieve 95 up to 100%. The sorcerers, people who practice black magic, perhaps they only can achieve 50%. We are able to apply and successful 95 up to 100% in the case of the wandering souls. In the case of medicine, in all of the case of medical science, in any profession, as you can see, if you want to heal, it might take a longer time to treat a person, but you do not learn medicine, Eastern or Western. You don't learn acupuncture. You only transfer energy for 30 seconds. You treat them only in 5 minutes. Perhaps you're able to help them to recover 50, 70, or maybe 100%. Only in the case 15 years ago, a number of you, each year during the springtime with the flowers, the pollen, it causes allergy, nasal allergy, and you have to take a medication. And this year you take 2 pills, and next year you have to take 4 pills, and then the following year you take 6 pills to solve the case of allergy. But when you have the chakra open 100%, you yourself, you can protect yourself. Then in 5 or 6 years you don't have to take any pills. Perhaps later on it may reoccur, but when you learn to the higher level, you have a stronger immune system, you are able to prevent from sickness, then you are able to help in this case. Only in the case of a cold and influenza alone, not to mention about anything else. There are so many students all over the world. You can treat many difficult cases, and my student can do it. If only 1 of a million, then you already achieved the goal, because you only learn on a very short time. People learn in 30 years. They could not have the achievement just like us. That is a blessing. The abilities that the deities have given to us, our body and our soul, with the mission in order to contribute to help. That's why you can achieve like that. That is my explanation for you. The 2 years I want to mention to you, that is the deities gave me the first decade of the 21st century to try. In the year 2007, I cannot calculate. I have taught so many levels. I tried to teach and rush from January 2007 until July. Only in 6 months I have 2 very important levels. These are the level 19 and 20. To train a number of you, as you are able to learn to the level 20, you are able to merge collectively, to merge to all of the living creatures, so that you are able to contribute to help on earth. We do not know where or when. But more or less, many countries in the world, we have the student in UE in level 20. In all the continents, we have the student in level 20. Hopefully, those level 20 students will have a chance to merge to the country, to merge to the people in your continent. Who knows? You're able to share, to contribute, to protect this earth. When we can protect the earth, then the continent or the country where you reside will be peaceful. That is the deities who give me the mission that I thought I could not do. But until July, as I can train a number of you, I don't know how many, more or less more than 1,000, so that you have the ability to have all over the world, to have this earth without the damage or the threat. That is one of the points the deities is protecting this earth, to protect the humanity, to help us to have wisdom, enlightenment, so we can continue on the journey to share, to contribute, to help humanity to reach the same state of enlightenment and wisdom just like us. That is the 2 years that I had mentioned to you. It's not that 2 years and then it is the end time and everybody die, then the earth disappear. It's not like that. Do not misunderstand that point. Therefore, in the case of disasters, as I think it is very less, not much, as I know. I don't know about the scientists, how they calculate. I don't know about the earth with the global warming, how the damage. I don't know the threat of earth, but I think it's not as much. We don't have to worry too much, just like the end time. I think that there is no end time, and the earth doesn't have a lot of damage. That is my thinking, because God had given to me, to you, the ability to protect this earth already. Supposedly, God teach all of us to protect the earth, and then God doesn't have the ability to help earth or to help us. That is the point of the 2 years. So you, me, all of us, we have the mission and responsibility to protect earth, to protect your country. That is on the first part I answer for you. Now, especially, you know, I'm a Vietnamese, 75%, 25% Chinese. Because my grandfather is a Vietnamese, but then my grandfather on the maternal side, so I'm a mixture of 75% Vietnamese and 25% Chinese. But China, with more than a billion people, nobody learn Yui. We have students in Taiwan, in Hong Kong. In the past, before Hong Kong merged to China, but there's still a very small number of students. But in Taiwan, we have more students. But in China, not even one student. More than 1 billion people. The country of China, but the Chinese abroad, many of them they learn. But in China alone, we don't have any one student. In Southeast Asia, more or less, we have the students. In any country, they have the students. But in China, no. That is very strange. I don't know why. So that is the issue of the world, of the countries. I don't pay attention to that. Each country, each people, they have their own mission. So I don't know what to say about that. That's how I share with you. And about teaching, more or less, at that moment you have the ability, you can contribute, then you don't have to worry. More importantly, in the country, especially where you reside, you try to protect that region. This is, I can say, more or less, you are able to protect your own country, the country where you reside. This is the best way for you, for all of us. So, from my understanding, we don't have a catastrophe. As the deities have prepared everything, electricity, food, water, and neutralizing all the toxins, and with your ability to merge to others, then the case of catastrophe of Earth, perhaps we are able to protect Earth, really protect Earth. So at the end of the year 2009, a number of scientists around the world, the scientists will be very surprised. That is you. If in the field of research in science, you'll be more surprised compared to your colleagues. I do not predict that, but I know for sure the Earth with the global warming. It's not going to cause any problem. It doesn't cause any destruction. The scientists are afraid of the global warming that may cause a lot of changes on Earth. But I know there's no problem. How can you have wisdom and enlightenment then to help your own country and your people to have wisdom and enlightenment? That is the top priority. That God had reward the humankind, as God had chosen you, me, all of us as the instrument of God to do this. It's not to do it for me. It's not to do it for UE school, but for your country and your people, to help your country and your people. Next question.
Germany, you have another question?
Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. Dear Master Dang, hello. I have one question referring to children. I'm working with sick children, and I refer my question to very small children, to infants, babies and smaller children. Can I transfer the energy in the same way then I transfer energy to grown-ups? Do I have to think of any specialities referring to the soul of these children? And how can I help the souls of these babies in the best way? And if babies die, for these souls can return back to the light peacefully and calmly. Can you please tell us a little more about the souls of our children in general? Thank you very much, Master.
Now, all of you, let's say you're working in a hospital or a clinic, even if you are not a doctor or a nurse, and if you have the ability, you can still help the infants or the adults. You are treating the same formula, the same technique when you graduate the level 18. However, tomorrow when you learn the level 18, I have a very special technique to help all the sick people inside a hospital. And with your presence there in the hospital, as you transfer energy like that, if unfortunately one of the infants or the adults who due to the severity of the sickness, they died, you are able to help the soul to return to the light easily, regardless of the age, whether it is old or infant, especially particularly anyone who passed away. With your energy transfer, you are able to help their soul to return to the light easily, with the condition that each day you transfer energy on a daily basis to that hospital. And the technique I will show you tomorrow when you come to level 18. I will show you the technique. As for this student, you want to help the children with the severe sickness. As you know, you can apply the technique to treat them just like an adult with a severe sickness. Then you can transfer energy 9 times. In the case of the formula of the treatment, I advise for you tomorrow, as you come to level 18, then I will show you the technique, how you can transfer energy in the level 18. It is more effective, and you're able to help all of the soul, whether this soul who died, whether for a long time or recently, you're able to help all of the soul to return to the light. In a way, it is a blessing that God has rewarded you. I know in many of the hospitals, there are many souls. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to help all of the souls, as the body died in the hospital. But this time, as you learn the level 18, I have a way as I teach you. So when you go back, you transfer energy, you're able to help all of the soul to return to the light or to reincarnate. So for sure, on this tomorrow, I will show you the technique clearly. And this is the important part for the level 18. I will show you first, and then afterwards I will let you ask question, and I share with you my experience so you can take notes, so you can go back home and apply to help other people in many different situations. So now, next question.
Holland is next.
Okay. Dear Master, as I come here from Poland, I would like to convey my deepest greetings to you and your family, also from Polish EU practitioners. I have three questions. I have a few jobs, and one of my jobs is to organize a workshop for stressed people. And I noticed that some of tools which are very obvious and simple for us, such as meditation, are very difficult for these people to practice. Could you give me some tips how to deal with these people? The second question is, I am also working professionally with entrepreneurs, with very rich people, and I noticed that it's certain paradox that they have resources to share with, but they are not open to it. They believe in three-dimensional world in their brain, and it's very difficult for them to follow the spiritual development. How to approach them? And the third question, I participated in different workshops, not only HIU, but Reiki, Kundalini, and so on, so on. And I noticed that there is a certain paradox. We live in a world that you can buy for $20 a book in a bookstore that reveal your secrets that were hidden for many centuries. But people are not taking advantage of this situation. I know many people who left the energy, who left the spiritual growth. Can you explain me this paradox? What's going on? That we entered the ages of new ages, ages of Aquarius. But many people are not taking advantage of this situation. Thank you.
through the question from the student from Poland as you come to Holland to learn. Slowly, I will answer to your question. You try to take notes so you can go home. You can help yourself, you can help others to achieve. First, let me answer for you. In the past, as you help, it might be difficult, but now you have the sufficient ability to help. Eventually, people will be calmly and practice meditation, and they can reduce the problem of stress. That formula is so easy. Tomorrow, I will show you so you can take note. Because tomorrow in level 18 is so important that perhaps you are able to merge to help these people, to transfer energy, to help these people to change their mentality. But unfortunately, in level 18, with your ability, limited ability, however, even if it's limited, if you try, you can still help these people. I just share for you a portion of the information. Tomorrow I'll teach you further in level 18. Through the presentation of the student, you can transfer energy to them each time when you have a workshop. Let's say when you have a meeting with them, you think whoever in there who are very important in the meeting, and then you merge with them, and that person will follow your will, follow the will of Master there. Why? So that they can help themselves and help other people, including, let's say, a billionaire, for example. They like the material, they do not like to develop on a spiritual path, to share their resources to help other people to research, and then eventually it is you. You will help that people very easily. They will help you, they will help other people through the resource that they already have in order to develop on a spiritual path, in order to contribute, to help to protect their family, their country. This I can confirm you can do. In this year you can do it. It's not that you cannot. Now, you can see the books have mentioned a lot about the New Age. There are so many religions in the world. There are billions of books for the past 25 centuries until now. They're all theories. Nobody can do anything. I have taught you for the past 18 years in theory and in practice. And the practice in terms of the achievement we don't see. Therefore, God has taught me a special way. Eventually, even if they don't listen, they have to listen, because as they listen, it is beneficial for them, for their family, for their country, for their religion. Therefore, they are forced to listen. My point here is, in July, I will teach a very special technique for many of you who are coming to the level 20. You can merge collectively. So the country, religion, your people, so that you can help your country, your family, your religion, so they can develop further on a spiritual path. This is something you can do. Through the time, from the beginning of this year until now, each day, I transfer energy to all the people on earth. All of the humans and animals, all the souls. And I also merge to so many people, the powerful people. Why? To help them to protect their own family, to help them to protect their family, not for me or for my country. Eventually, I share for you, I teach you to take care of your own country, your own people, your own continent. And when it is needed, you can call and you can ask my soul, I'm ready to help you regardless of any situation. I have a program already. So with the desire from this student, as well as the wish of all of the human race at this moment, we wish to have the golden age. We want to see a paradise on earth. Then for sure, the human, we will see it. In the second decade of the 21st century, because the first decade we only have 2 more years left, you and me, we have to complete this task. So to contribute for the second decade of the 21st century, the human race can benefit. It's not for me or for you or for only the teaching of UE, but for the whole world. Now we tell them they don't listen. Now we merge with their soul, so their soul will convince them. And if they don't listen, then the soul will depart, then they would die suddenly. And that's all. And what else? They listen, then they can benefit. If they don't want to benefit, then the soul will depart. as a soul, as a higher soul, come to help the body, and the body do not accept and want to have a life of peace and paradise on earth, then the soul will depart. Just like I had mentioned to you recently, I come to teach. The student who come to learn. If I come to the class, if there's no student, then I have to go elsewhere. Is it right? So you can rest assured, the humankind work for 1 century, but for the deities it might take only 1 year or maybe sooner. Me, as you know, I don't know for what reason, I constantly, for the past recent months, I organized the level 16, 17, 18, 19, especially in the year 2007. I teach many of the session of level 19, particularly the highest, not the level 20. We don't have the level 21. When I teach you the level 20, then all of you, you can merge collectively already. And there's no more for me to teach. I only need to update for you whatever you need, then I elaborate for you or complement. There's nothing for me to teach. I don't have the level 20A or 20B or 20 supplementary, because level 20 is sufficient for you. So whoever want to learn, I let you learn. But I also advise you learn only the 15% of you. You need to learn the level 20. If you are not in the final, then meaning you fail, meaning you depart, meaning you really go out to space, meaning you're going to the spiritual world. If you don't want to benefit, then the soul will depart. Just like I mentioned to you, I come to the class, the students are in the class and I teach. If there's no student, then I go elsewhere. What else can I do? Our soul is high to help the body so that they can benefit. The body can help others to benefit. But if you don't accept to it and you drive the soul away, then the soul will depart. As the soul depart, then there's nothing for you to live. So whoever comes to level 20, I allow you. You sign up, I let you. You come, I tell you already, you have to try to practice. If you don't, then the soul will depart. What else can we do? That's the truth. This is not, I'm warning you, because you're not able to, for you in this time, it is too late for you to come to the class. Perhaps the next session of level 20, for sure you cannot, because before the level 20, it is in July. I don't have another session of level 19, so perhaps next time. For those of you who already learned the level 19, then perhaps this time you may be able to learn, otherwise you wait until the next session. Eventually, this student, you can rest assured, I have a formula in level 18, so you can go home, you can work for those who are rich, and they can share the resource to all of you. So they all have the chance to learn to develop in the field of spirituality, so that they can stabilize their position and their wealth, and to help others. Next question.
Hello, Master Dang. Hi. I have two questions. The first question is about the sun. The sun has more powerful eruptions. There are more and more powerful eruptions on the sun, and that causes many problems and damage on the earth. With all the UE practitioners with high level on earth, can we do something? Can we do something effective to protect the earth, to help the earth? And my second question is, it is about medicines. People who have to take medicines, how can we help them? How can we send energy to the medicines to prevent side effects? If we do the exercise to travel into space, and we have asked the energy to enter our head in our chakra 7, and then we send energy to all the organs, all the countries and places,
doen we dat met open of gesloten ogen?
Do we have to do this with our eyes open or with our eyes closed? Thank you, Master.
Now let me share with you on the part that this planet or that planet, the sun or the star or the galaxies, even if they send the asteroid billions of miles, billions of tons to Earth, who can confirm this? The scientists? You know, the scientists in the three-dimensional world, they are not even fully researched. So how can they research in the fourth dimension or the fifth or more dimensions? Think about it. About 2 or 3 years ago, the scientists in America had researched the asteroid billions of tons from thousands of miles from outer space that might hit Earth. We don't know for any reason that they are diverted and then they did not hit Earth. And let's say if they hit Earth, if they hit the ocean or on land, we all died. Wherever it landed, that would be the more damage. That was the warning about 2 years ago, I remember. And now the mention about the Big Bang that create in one way or another and create the planets and the galaxies, and they mention about the explosion on the sun. Now how do you know it is real or just fake? How can they fully properly research? They cannot even properly research in the 3 dimensions, so how can they research on the 4 dimension? They use the telescope to look and to see. They can see, you know, that about the temperature on the sun, and from the sun, you know how far it is to reach Earth, and then there are many of the waves and many of the frequencies. Sometimes it's not even hitting Earth. I don't know whether it's a coincidence or not. In the recent years, first of all, in the case, in the beginning of the New Year's, the student in EV, you always remember, you know that I always receive the New Year message during the Lunar New Year. I always receive the message through the messages. Sometimes I send, or when I receive the message, I announce to you, and sometimes when you read through, you know, but you don't know the meaning of these messages. A year or 3 years later, then you see the message that I sent. Then when you refer back, and the message I received, I send to you, and then 3 years later, the scientists would announce. I don't know for what reason and why. Each time when I meditated, and I received the energy from the deities, then on Earth, there is a light from Australia, a beam of light from Australia to go out to space at the moment when I meditated. And for those of you, the UV student, you also meditated, because when I meditate, let's say 12 midnight in Australia, and also it is at noon in other country, and the scientists have seen the light beam from Australia that go out to space. They don't know where it comes from, how come they have it. So for that reason, I want to elaborate further for you. The reason I placed the antenna model, with this antenna model, my soul will merge in there, so that I can neutralize the negative energy, and to neutralize all of the powerful energy from outer space through the form of the thunderstorm. However, the scientists, yesterday I mentioned to you, the British scientists, they spent the time and effort to research for half of a century, 52 years. They failed in the research of the UFO because they do not exist. There are so many cases. The scientists, today they announce like this, and tomorrow they announce differently. Just like in the field of science, many of the young students, through their learning, are in space and are in other planets. And they say in the solar system, there are the 9 planets. in one of the planets, it's not sufficient to call it like a planet. So now it is only 8 planets. That one planet, they say that it's not sufficient to call it a planet. So who make this up? These are the scientists in the 3-dimensional world. In the 4th dimension, there's no change. You can see. Now, what do you think? It doesn't mean that I don't believe in them, but the human world believe in a scientist. Whatever the scientists claim, then we have to listen, because we are not a scientist. And whenever right, and it is okay. Otherwise, they say that it is changed like this and changed like that. It is them who make all the changes. As I mentioned to you, I just want to share with you one of the story. About 15 years ago, one of the scientists who used the nuclear pushing the button and die, or without pushing the button he died, and he asked how can he save himself. Whether he pushed the button or not, he would die. When he pushed the button, how can he do not push the button and he can save himself and save others? It is so difficult, but it is revealed to me that he can push the button but nobody died. That is in the past that I mentioned. So now at the present, God allowed me, God has chosen me and you. What is that for? To protect the earth, to help the humankind, to have a paradise on earth, to have the Long Hoa meeting on earth, to truly have peace and freedom. If we will make the same path, just like in the past, then Earth will be already sunk and will be lost. Only in the case of the scientists, the American scientists have researched that with 5 and beyond the 5 ocean, underneath thousands of miles, there is a large body of water. I do not believe in what they claim, but the scientists, whatever they research, whatever they claim, I know I don't believe. Unfortunately, I don't believe in this. I don't believe, I don't dare to say. And in the case of the ice cap, now let me give you an example. I don't know if you live in an area with the snow below 20 or 30 degrees. If you live in Alaska, in Russia, for example, in the winter in Russia, with the urine inside of you, when you urinate, it turns frozen. The moment you urinate outside, it got frozen. In America, I have seen cases like that. In Russia, it's no exception. The extreme cold in the winter, I give you a very simple example. I'm not a scientist. Let's say in the case of global warming, increasing 2 or 4 degrees. Is it right? Only 2 or 4 degrees increase. Now, from liquid water to turn into ice, it takes the temperature is a negative 50 degrees to make them turn into ice. Now, it's been there for many years. Perhaps that piece of ice eventually turned into a piece of rock. Then with only 4 degree change, how can it melt that ice cap? Let's say if you boil 100, you boil the water, even if you pour it down, it also gets frozen. I'm not a scientist, but the former president mentioned that the global warming, that the ice cap is melting, and it may cause flooding. My God, I tell you, I'm not a scientist, but when I hear about it, when I look, I know on Earth, I tell you the truth, even if it increased 15 degrees, the iceberg would not melt, not to mention about only 2 or 4 degrees. You think about it, is it right? I'm not a scientist. You are the scientist. You need to properly research on this. Even if the temperature changed to 10 degrees on Earth, it would not melt all the iceberg. They mentioned only that rising only 2 or 4 degrees, and they blame in many ways. That is for business scheme. They spend $10 billion, or they spend $20 billion, to stop this or to stop that. That is because of the economic in the greenhouse, as well as the problem with the ozone layer and global warming. That is all just a business deal in all over the world. I tell you the truth. I'm not a scientist, but the scientists, whatever they claim, I just read through and I just listen and I look through the images and I know. I just share that point with you. If you're a scientist, you think about it. And if you are not a scientist, you also think about it. You see what I claim. The secret I do not dare to say. That's all I can say. The secret of the universe I do not say because I do not teach you yet. I do not know whether in the future or next year I teach you, but for sure this year I do not teach you the secret of the universe. The secret of the universe, that is how, just like in the first level 16 I mentioned to you, as in the case of human cloning, in the case of cloning a boy and a girl being cloned using the sperm and the egg, and they use it in a cloning process. What is that for? For research. What is the purpose of researching with the human cloning? Nobody knows. Even if I know, I would not dare to say. As I know this, it is very special. And we have a lot of children. But you know, the scientists around the world, anyone who can really research to find the pill of eternal life, to have eternal life, no. That is how I share with you on that point. It is very lengthy. But through this question, I just want to share with you. In the case of the scientists claiming this and that, I just share with you, stay calm. We don't have the great flood. We don't have catastrophe or earthquakes. We don't have the end of the world. I know. If there are disasters, the tsunami, the end of the world, then the rich people who die and then the poor people live, for sure they do not, and they protect themselves, and they are also afraid of death just like us. As they protect themselves, then for sure we are being protected. So you don't have to worry. When you are poor, you cannot do anything. They are rich and powerful, then they can take care. Because as you die, you don't have any asset to bring with you. They have asset. They are afraid of the asset when they worry. So that's why in Vietnamese, meaning that you're just following them, whatever they do, you just follow them. In fact, that is a way I share with you my experience on that first part. And for sure, I showed you in the previous levels. For example, the pill, whether it is Western or Eastern medicine, before you take in, you only need to transfer energy 3 seconds. So it will help you to improve the effectiveness and less side effect. That is something you can do. If you are a pharmacist or if you are a doctor, if you store the medicine, then you can transfer energy to the whole stockroom. Then with your medicine, you give it to others, it's more effective because it doesn't have any side effect. It will be more effective to treat the disease, but without a side effect. That is the ability of the energy to be able to neutralize many of these substances and to maintain the effectiveness so that they can use these drugs to heal themselves. If you are doctors or pharmacists in the high level of EV, you are able to help so many patients to recover faster. And my God, perhaps you forget, or yesterday I teach you, I have told you already, but you don't remember. I told you from the level 15 to the past, from the level 15 to level 1, each time when you meditate, then you open your eyes. While you open your eyes, if you close your eyes, your soul will leave your body. When your soul leaves the body, another will possess your body and you will have a case of possession. You don't have the ability. But now, level 16, you close your eyes and you practice. The reason why, so that your body, you lose all the sensation of your body and your soul together to travel out. When you are in level 16, the soul passes down here, so that when you practice, your body and your soul can go. Nobody can possess you because you have transformed into energy already. That is the reason. From level 16 and higher, each time when you practice for the body to transform into energy, you always close your eyes. I don't know, for the past few days when I tell you to practice with me, whether you open your eyes or you close your eyes. If you open your eyes. So tonight, later on, remember, when you practice to travel out to space, I tell you, when you see I close your eyes and you close your eyes. When I open my eyes and you open your eyes. For the past few days, I see that I open my eyes and then you still close your eyes. Next question.
Donas, do you have my voice?
Yes,
Iran?
I hear you. Thank you very much. I hear you.
Excellent. Okay. The question is from Ms. Azadeh Hadabi. Dear Master, hold on, Donas. The person is going to ask the question in Farsi, then I'm going to translate, okay?
Okay, no problem.
استاد عزیزم سلام. قبل از همه چیز به خاطر محبت‌های پدرانتون از شما تشکر میکنم، همینطور از دکتر انصاری و خانواده عزیزشون به خاطر همه زحمتایی که برای ما میکشن. من 2 سوال داشتم از خدمتتون. یکی این که خداوند چرا ابعاد مختلف رو آفریده و آیا اصلا این ابعاد از ابتدای خلقت وجود داشتن؟ دوم این که ما 2 از شاگردای شما هستیم، الان با هم سر کلاس هستیم و تصمیم داریم که اگر خدا بخواد یه زندگی مشترک رو شروع کنیم. میخواستم اگر ممکنه ما رو راهنمایی بکنید تا بتونیم به آسونی این کار رو انجام بدیم. ازتون ممنونم.
Never turn the mic off. Please turn the mic on again. Please never switch it off. We get a lot of white noise. It hurts our ears. Thank you.
Okay, excuse us about that, Donas. All right, here we go. The question is from Azadeh Hadavi in Iran. Dear Master, first I'd like to thank you for your fatherly kindness and the help from Dr. Dawood and his family. I have 2 questions. First, please explain why God created different dimensions and whether these dimensions were created at the beginning of creation. That's the first question. And the second question, we are 2 US students here and we are deciding to get married. Please guide us how to accomplish this matter easily and successfully through your blessings. Thank you very much, Master.
Now let me explain for you. Out in space, it is infinite. There is no one who can properly research. Even though my soul and your soul, we are from the deities who sent down here. But in the human world, as we are living here, whatever we need in terms of wisdom and enlightenment, then I learned this lesson to help you, to remind you to reach that state, because there are billions and billions of the billions out in space. These are the stars, the galaxies, all the planets, billions and billions of them. So how we can calculate? How can we properly research? Only in our body alone. For the past 25 centuries, Buddha has taught in theory, and you learn the theory and you practice. And after 25 centuries, in fact, inside our body, the top people, as I know, perhaps 3 or 5% properly can research fully the body anatomy. If you research properly the human ability to reach at least 60%, then we would not die, we would not have sickness. That is the lesson that I'm learning to teach you. If in the 21st century, the human world, we are fortunate, I'm fortunate, you are fortunate, we are fortunate, then all the people with wisdom and enlightenment, then our lives will live longer. We will live beyond time and space. Therefore, I remember more than 10 years ago, when I had a meeting in Europe, in Holland, I mentioned that in the future, the more the woman give birth, the younger they look. Because going through the birth process, it doesn't take 9 months. But each time when going through the birth, they're going through the changes, the woman may look younger and live longer. For sure, people with, at that time, more to give birth. In the recent years, I allow a number of you, especially for the woman with the menopause, they can give birth, even though the research is still not successful in the case of a woman who can give birth without the male sperm, or a man who can give birth to the in the part of the intestine. If the people can have wisdom and enlightenment, then the deities will allow this thing to happen, to prove that the human can reach that state of wisdom and enlightenment to live long in order to serve mankind. I still remember the human on earth in the future, we don't know when, perhaps in the 21st century or the next decade, the population of the human race could reach 80 billion, not just 6 or 8 billion. I don't know what, for any reason, I don't know why, but recently, as I mentioned to you, if the human on earth, we have wisdom and enlightenment, if we are able to nurture in the case of premature birth, so in the case of birth process, so in the case of 80 billion, it's not so difficult. If the humans living in the flesh we don't have enough land, but if the people are living, we can transform into energy, then we can have billions and billions of people, just like the soul of all the living creatures. Then billions of souls, not just 80 billion, we are still able to fit here. But that is the theory, as I have taught you. The research will continue, and the practice to reach. I hope that in the next decade of the 21st century, we are able to achieve. And before the next decade of the 21st century, at least the human on earth, now to the end of the year 2009, there will be a number of people to have wisdom and enlightenment that I try my best to train you in July, so that we will have only a few years. You try your best to contribute to see what is the level of wisdom and enlightenment, how much we can achieve, and what is the result. And then at that point, the human race will receive the blessing of God, so that we're going to have a life of peace. To give us the Long Hoa meeting, everybody would be happy. The time is not that long. Now we're almost the end of the year 2007. As we calculate, we only have 30 more months. That will be the end of the first decade of the 21st century. I hope with everything I learned from the deities, I hope with everything that I have taught you, you are able to achieve, so that together with me, we all hold hands together to serve all the communities around the world in the human race, so that everybody would have a peaceful life, so that we have a life of paradise on earth, the Long Hoa meeting that comes to the human race. It doesn't belong just to me or to us. And in the case of getting married, if both of you love each other, then if you are fortunate, if you know the right date of your wedding, you can call me and I will talk to you. In a way, I transfer energy to you. But to me, to come to Iran, I might not be able to. It's so difficult because I do not know Iran. It might be difficult for me to come there. I'm so busy. If you have the wedding, if you believe in me, to transfer energy to you, to share the joy with you. So when you have the wedding, then you can call me, or you can send email to tell me ahead of time. Then I prepare the time when you call me. Then I can go and congratulate you in your wedding. I can do this. That's no problem. So now, as you are in the level 17, later on, I will teach you so you can practice. A number of you, as you are not clear about the technique, so now I repeat it for you. So before the end of the day, then you and me, we all will practice to travel out to space, so that my soul can merge with all of you. So you are here, or you are the auditors, so that your practice to help your body to transform into energy easily, and the formula I remind you so you can understand. Before you practice, you receive the light of God's aura into your head, to your chakra 7, 2 seconds. The light of God's aura. Then you inhale to the nose, exhale to the mouth 10 times. Inhale and exhale 10 times. Afterwards, you drink 30 ml of the EV water. When you're at home, here you do not have the EV water to drink, so you can remember. After you drink 30 ml of the EV water, then you can sit or lie down, you can close your eyes. When you close your eyes, you pray to God, pray to the Soul Master Dang, to help your body so you can practice to transform into energy to travel out to space, so you learn and you can progress. And you continue to receive the light of God's aura and sending here and there. Or you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send to all of the organs inside your body, or to send to all the organs of the sick people. That is in your practice. And there are some of the symptoms that may cause your body to feel the vibration, to feel hot, or you feel discomfort, or you feel fear, or your heart beating faster. All of these symptoms, that is to prepare for your body from a heavy body to transform into a lighter body, so that you can transform into energy to travel to space. If you don't have fear, you can continue to receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds here and there, so that slowly your body will lose the old sensation of your body. At that moment, you are traveling out to space. But if you have fear, you can pray to my soul to support your body, so you can practice effectively. Then you can get rid of your fear. You can continue on to practice. Then slowly your body can lose all the sensations, and your body can transform into energy. Combine it with your soul, you can travel out to space to learn and progress. That is the principle of practice. When you regain back your sensation, then your practice has been successful. Then when you regain back your sensation, you are back. Like this morning, a student had mentioned, when you are practicing, you thought that you are falling asleep. When you practice, but when you lose all consciousness, or when you close your eyes, you think you are asleep, but you are not aware of any of the noises around you. That means that your body has traveled out to space, not in the state of sleep. When you are falling asleep, you are not practicing to send energy here and there. In a sleep, you are just closing your eyes and sleep for maybe 10, 5, 20 minutes. But this is a practice. When you are practicing, and suddenly you're thinking you are falling asleep, but you're traveling out of space, that is some of the success. When you practice to help your body to transform into energy to travel to space, to learn, so that you this is something I want to elaborate for you, so you are clear before the end of the day. For the end of the level 17, you and me, we all together, we practice to transform into energy, so we can practice. I don't know about you, but for Teresa right here, each time at night when she practice for only 5 minutes. She just received the light of God or 2 seconds, and she disappear. Doesn't know anything. Even any noise, she doesn't know. Normally in her normal sleep, Even as a very small sound, she would know. Be aware. Even the mouse moving around, she would not know. So in a experience I want to share with you about the practice, do not think that you are lying down or you are sitting and when you practice and you're falling asleep. It's not like that. Sleeping is different and practicing to transform into energy is different. So I explained clearly for you the symptoms, and as you achieve through your practice to transform energy to travel out to space, I share with you this experience. I share so that you are able to learn and progress. And I also want to share with you before you take the break, the part that you believe in the high being, you believe in the religious leaders, you come to the temple or you go to anywhere to pray. That is your own business, you do right things. But there's only one religious leaders, the highest being. Over here you have universal energy, that is the combined frequencies, the combined dimensions that combine all of the high being, including God, the highest being. For that reason, I advise for you, sometimes when you pray, you have distraction. And with distraction, then for sure the deities cannot help you. Just like when you're inviting the deities, but you're closing the door, so they cannot enter. So your prayer, you can pray. But I advise for you, each time when you see that you have problem in your thought, in your body, we have worries, you have frightened, fear, doubt, or you feel discouraged, you feel emotional, or you feel suffering, you feel discomfort. So your prayer process, you can do it. But I advise for you, at that moment, you don't have to practice anything. You just need to receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds into your head. 3 seconds you send here and there. You're not practicing. You're not practicing to travel to space. Let's say you're sitting here thinking. You receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to any one person, to the person that you hate, the person that you love, the people that cause problem to you, or the people that cause you to feel sad. You transfer energy to them, and you transfer energy here and there. Then it would clear this distraction for you. I want you to practice so you are used to the flow of the energy. But in fact, you only need to think of me and I merge with you, then for sure you can erase it. But no, that is you are asking my soul, I don't want to. I want you to have the wisdom. I want you to have the enlightenment. I want you to excel. Therefore, you have to be used to this frequency from outer space to merge with your body so you can transfer here and there. Then you're able to clear the emotion, the suffering, the sadness, the hatred, the angers. This is something you can do. You learn, you practice, you also solve your own problem. And about the prayer, you can still pray in your own way. That is the right thing to do. But the fastest way is this. Sometimes it might take you half an hour to pray when you go in and to pray. And when you think of the high being, and the high being can help you. But a number of you pray, you have a lot of distraction because of the one way or another with distraction, that it is taking a longer time for the deity to help you. Sometimes the deity cannot help you because you have a lot of distraction in your mind. So the deities cannot merge to. So that is how I want to elaborate for you before you take a break. I want to share with you. So with everything I present to you with my experience, hopefully you are able to achieve successfully. So now, after the break, you have 3 more hours. Then that will be the end of level 17. After level 17, then that will you have another change of the soul. Now you are at the level 16 on the first part of the day through your questions, and also with a similar question of yesterday, but today answer a little different. Why? Because your soul is a soul of the level 16. It's not like the soul of the level 15. As your soul can understand, so it can help your body. And then eventually tomorrow, as I will teach you, as your soul is going through the change, I will teach you differently. So now, We can take a 1 hour break and then we can resume later. Okay. Cái này cái để sau cái bàn đó. Yeah. Thank you. Dạ cái đó xong rồi đây. Thank you.
To the good balance of spirit and matter in our life. And he also wants you, Master, to speak about sexuality in the context of spirit, matter, and energy. And he wishes to thank you sincerely for all your teachings. Now this is the question from the second student. This student is from Mexico, and he has read that Mayas said that in this period there would be changes at the conscience level in the earth inhabitants, as well as changes in the sun, in the magnetic fields, and the earth axis. NASA scientists say that the next sun activity cycle, the spot cycle, is about to start, and that it will be the strongest to this day. The data from the Geophysics Institute of Portugal say that changes in the Earth's magnetic fields are happening now again, and it had happened thousands of years ago. Could you please, Master, speak about the relationship between these changes and their implications at the conscience level in the Earth inhabitants and the Sun, and yet the relationship with the flower ceremony or the golden age that's approaching? Thank you, Master, for your sharing with the world, and he wishes that the light is always with you, Master. Thank you.
So these questions from the two students from Portugal. Now let me answer for you so you have the experience, so you are able to learn. Now in the recent level 16, I have guided you. There are a number of you who ask that you do not need the material, but in the principle of UE and me, you need the material because the material is the means for us to learn and progress. And with this material, perhaps we are able to help all the people to develop and to help all the people. Therefore, we would lead a life of harmony. So I advise for you the teaching of UE as I have taught you for the past 18 years. And in any level, as you learn, you apply the technique and the principle in that level. That would be the same in the material or in the spiritual. In the material life, let's say if you know you have $10 and only $10, then you try to spend at the maximum 9.5 or maybe 10, then you lead a life of peace. The reason that people do not have a life of peace, you have $10 but you want to spend 30, then the one who suffers the most is you, no one else. And you keep on blaming that because if you want to love others, you want to help others, you don't love anyone. The truth and the true self is in you, not in them. If you want to have the true self in you and the truth in you, if you have the ability, you are able to help in 50 years, and with your true self and you throw it away, and you really sold out, you really disconnected, then how can you have the true self? As you ask, I answer for you. My mission as the master, I answer for you. So in that way, how can you have peace? You always suffer. People have the true self. As Buddha had taught, I am the Buddha and you will be the Buddhas. And Buddha had given to you the true self so that you are able to contribute to help mankind. It's not that Buddha gave you the true self so that you can disconnect your own true self. You disconnect from your Buddha self. Then you say that you have love and compassion. Buddha did not teach you this. Buddha didn't tell you to have lead a life of luxuries or to tell you to sacrifice your life to give to others. Buddha did not teach this. Buddha teach you that you have the compassion from your heart. Then if you love yourself, then you can help others. If you have abundance, you can have. If you have less, then how can you help others? In that way, it is not to express compassion. If you lead a life like that, then for sure you would be lost materially and spiritually. You fail in both sense. You can see how can you succeed. You don't have enough blessing and you keep on saying that you want to give others. If you have only 3, how can you say that you can give 10 or 100 to others? That is how I explain for you, so you are able to learn and progress. You have to talk about material and spiritual. That's why I explain for you. You have the right to love all the people, but you can love within that capacity. Do you have the ability to love them? If you don't have the ability and you try to deceive people, then you try to love one or another, then it is the wrong way. If you only have do 3 good things, but you commit 100 bad things, then you are not able to save anyone else and also yourself. The truth, if you have the truth to help people, meaning in love, to help others so that they can become good people. It doesn't mean to help people so that they can become bad people. You cannot do that. In a way, you are indirectly, you are causing the sin. I myself, I confess that I also make the mistake. My family members, they are poor. I give them the money, but they got drunk and they go gambling. And they got sick. And they have a car accident, perhaps almost dying. And before I give them the money for doing business, when they have the money, they just get drunk and they go gambling. So you can see how they're suffering. If I know that, I would not help them. That is my own nephew. I give you the subject of my own nephew to teach you so you can learn. So there's nothing I can do. But I have love. So when he's sick, I give him the money to send him to the hospital, and I transfer energy to help them. So now he recover. Supposedly he lost a lung. Because I see and I do through my love. Because a person is so poor, the person is illiterate. So for sure, that's why I love. And that one person is, also have a marry and illiterate and poor, but still have a wife. And so I have to send the money to help him. And my God, I help him. And he said that my uncle is very rich and give the money so that he can spend. And he get drunk and go gambling and get drunk here and have so many girlfriends and causing problem to his wife, and that is my own fault. If I leave him to be poor, then every month just give him $10 or $20 and he would not be like this. And so that's why in his life he's suffering, and I'm his uncle. That's my family members. So I have to use this subject to teach you. As we love, so we help. Doesn't mean that we love and we harm them. I love and I harm them. Doesn't mean that I love and I help them. In the past, he have only his farm, and now I give them the farm. He see that I give them more land, and then they use the land and then rental, and then leading a life of luxury and then having getting drunk, gambling. And then because of that, he got a problem with his lungs. And because of that, I have to send the money to help them and transfer energy to help him. So now he's recovered 80-90%, so he doesn't gamble anymore, but he still get drunk. The moment the lung is almost healed and he want to drink, so each day he starts to drink, meaning 250 cc of the hard liquor. He's a drunk. So I hope that if he died, then I'll be better. So that is the reason. How can they live? Because of this subject, that's why I share with you. You love and you help. From a bad person to become a good person, and a good person to be a better person. If his nature is bad and then you help them to be bad and worse, then meaning that you are hurting him, not just him, but you are hurting his wife and his family. So I tell you the truth. Each month I will give him $20, $10 for himself and $10 for his wife. Because of his problem, they surgically moved the lung. So each month I just give him $20, $10 for himself and $10 for his wife. So that way he doesn't have any more money for getting drunk or having more girlfriends. I took away his car. It doesn't mean that I don't love, but because of my love, I do that. If I give him the money and the car and he go and hit the people, he may be in jail, or he might injure himself. It will be a problem to his wife. So I just give him only $20 a month just for him to eat. And in that way, it is 30 days with $20, only 20 days, and he tried to ask for more money. $20 to spend for 30 days, but even though I say like that, I tell if he borrow more money in advance, when they get sick, and I give them the medication. So in my family member, I cannot abandon him. So in that way, we are not able to find peace. We are stuck in the material as well as in the spiritual world. We are, because of our love, we're hurting him and also hurting ourselves. It doesn't mean that we do not love our family members, but if we understand, then we know, so we can help. I remind you, so you have the wisdom, so you can understand, so you know, so you can help. But you should not contradict yourself. It is so dangerous. You say that you know everything, but if you know it, don't do it. But if you said you know it, but how come you keep on doing it? That is the lesson that I want to share with you. So through this question, how can you lead a life in parallel, material and spiritual? Now in your life, let's say you are working 10,000 a month, and then you give the money to your family, and then you have an extra 5,000, and you can give the 3,000 to others, and the 2,000 you save for your children. If you give all the money, all the saving, and later on the children is poor, then who do you blame? Now you have money, but later on when you go bankrupt, your children are sick, your children cannot go to school, and you say that, my God, how come you don't love yourself, you don't love your children, you don't love any people, and at that time you keep on blaming. You don't learn the true self, but you learn from your ego, and with the ego, then how can you succeed? My point here is, how can we help the people around us, so all of the people around us can have health, so that we are able to build our family and build our country. This is true. For that reason, we should not find the truth elsewhere. The truth is right in your soul. The true self, that is the truth. I explain for you because you ask. So I present to you in my family, so you can understand, so you are able to learn, to help you to lead a life of peace, materially and spiritually. If you say that, my God, I follow Master Dang, you learn to develop on the spiritual path, but every day you feel discouraged and feel sad, then you're wrong materially and spiritually. If you follow the spiritual path, then you need to have the life of happiness and joy. With peace and joy, then you can help others to have peace and joy. If you follow the spiritual path, but then you feel discouraged and you feel sad, it's not you. Society, tradition, culture, family, society that cause you. If you know that, then you need to help tradition, culture, family, society to erase this. If you know it is wrong and you keep on following it, then it's a pity for you. Is that right? Because you keep on using the ego, then that's why you are wrong. So you need to use the true self. With the true self, then you can help the ego. If you use the ego to treat, then you would fail. You would fail more or less. That is how I explain for you, because you ask. My mission as a master, I want to share and explain to you, so you have a chance to use this means you are able to learn and progress, so that you can use your true self. This is real. The theory, it might sound so good. The theory might sound so good, but you cannot do it. I don't know the theory, but I can teach you so you can put into practice, so that you have and others will have. So if you want to be fulfilled, So I advise for you, within your capacity you help, then you don't suffer. Within your capacity you give to others, then you don't suffer. Even though you help the charity, or you help the temple, the church, or many organizations that need your help, you help, this is a good thing. But when you look back to your children, your spouse, your family, if you help, then you don't cause problem or condemn your spouse, don't condemn the people around you. You take the money to help, and then better you condemn your spouse, you condemn your parents, your children, they are innocent. You think about it. You do the wrong thing, but you condemn your parents, your children, your family, then in a way it is totally sinful, not just one. Then how can you have peace if you keep on saying that you have the parallel in material and spiritual, because you are not able to fulfill in both sense, spiritually as well as materially. So you think about it. You think about it. Because you ask my mission as a master, I answer for you. I give you the means so you are able to learn. I do not tell you to do this or do that, but I just give you my opinion, and it's up to you to decide for your life. Do you really love your parents? Do you really love your husband? Do you really love your wife? Do you really love your children? If you love, then you have to rethink about it. Then it is better for you spiritually and materially. Now talking about spiritual sexual unification, the principle in sexuality, they keep on thinking that man and woman together form a family and have children, and that is all. In the recent years, as I research through the books, in Buddhism, as they research about spiritual sexual unification, I know they can only apply 1 out of 1,000. In 1 out of 1,000, they only can apply, so how can they succeed? I do not have any secret. I know how to use universal energy. When we know how to use universal energy that relate to the sexual organ, relate to the organs inside the body, the nerve inside the body, if we know how to use the spiritual sexual unification, we can prolong our life, halt aging process, we don't have suffering, and we're able to develop physically and spiritually in a way that you can prolong your, maintain your health, and also you're able to improve your spiritual path as you are able to apply unification using universal energy between the man and woman. In UE, in the level 13, I will teach you, and as you learn to the higher level, the one in the higher level would be less advantage than the others who are in the low level. For example, the husband in the level 19 and the wife in the level 16, then all the energy, the wife will benefit more, and the husband will benefit less. And if the wife is a level 19 and the husband is a level 16, then during the unification, then the husband will benefit more in terms of the energy. If both the couple are in the same level, then you know how to apply universal energy in the process of spiritual sexual unification. You are able to prevent from being sick, halt the aging process, maintain your health, you have harmony. That is something I can teach you. If you know how to apply with the right technique, then you are able to benefit this. This is the gift that God had given to you. Only in this alone, you can not buy with money or power. You have to learn. Regardless of your family members, far or near, you are not able to help them because they do not know how to use universal energy to harmonize in the body. And within the couple, if one is a higher level, then the lower level will benefit more than the higher level when they are in the intercourse between the couples. That is how you know how to apply. That is how I explain for you. It doesn't mean that I'm just boasting myself, but I see all around the world. Many years ago, I've heard the medical people who mentioned about the human life. That is the human body. But the body of Master Loving Dang is special. Supposedly, with the old age, supposedly all of the organs, the nerve system, the bone is supposed to shrink at the old age. But in my body, perhaps in this world, perhaps very rare, nobody is like me. I tell you the truth, there's no second person I think. Because from a medical perspective, when they examine my body, they will be very surprised. That is how I explain for you. And I hope that I can train a number of you. You have the ability, so you can prolong your life. You have health, so that you are able to serve mankind. Now, on this, I also tell the truth. In the past, I don't know Teresa about her looks. But through the recent time, when I'm in Australia, almost 10 years, after 10 years, that Teresa walked with me. The people who saw Teresa 10 years ago, when they look at her, they do not dare to look at her. You know why? It is not because of her position, but she looked much younger comparing to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I did not know how she looked, but 10 years later, many people saw that she's much younger compared to 10 years ago, but she's really looked younger compared to her age now. She's younger, 22 years younger. That's why they say that 10 years ago, now she's younger, then for sure she's younger 22 years. That is very young, 20 years younger, but now she's younger 22 years. That is people who came and say, because I know I don't have to say. That is the truth. And you the same. It doesn't mean that only I say about Teresa, but all of you the same. When you learn, now you are in level 16, 17, 18, take a photograph. Do not put any makeup, just take a normal photograph of yourself. You can just take a photograph, and then when you go to level 19 and level 20, and you take another photograph. Now on the third part of your question, the people in Maya, more or less the people who develop spiritually, just like the Aborigine native in Australia, the students who come to Australia to learn from me, and more or less many students who come to one of the hill, that was about 50 meters, but down the hill the car can stop. The more heavy the car, it can move upward the hill. Some of the people who think that underneath there is some magnetic field that draw the vehicle upward, but a bottle of water, plastic bottle of water, you roll it down the hill, and it's rolling uphill. Nobody can really analyze and explain. That is simple. But during the rain, supposedly the water would flowing down the hill, but in fact in this case the water is flowing up the hill. Nobody can explain. I do not believe in this. I tell you the truth, I don't believe. But when I heard a lot of people who said, so one day I myself in person, me and Teresa, when we went there, we saw that the car is moving and the bottle of water is rolling upward. So I sit and meditate. I meditate very fast, not like other masters. You have to sit and close the eyes and pray. So I meditate right away. Those are the masters in the past. They have some special ability. They are able to do many of these things. They left behind. In this country, nobody knows how to research, including the Australians who are here for 1 or 2 centuries. They do not know. The native over here, less of them know, and the foreigners, they come, they know. That's how I share with you as I answer the question as you asked about the Maya in Mexico. Because I know the people in Maya, they develop spiritually. The people in Maya, I help them the means many ways. As the people from Maya, many of them who learn up to level 19 because they don't have money. Even if only with the money to pay for the phone bill, the people in Maya, they don't even have $1 to pay just to pay the bill for the phone. But I asked the center to give the means to help the people in Maya to learn, so they're able to learn and develop on the spiritual path in order to help the people in Mexico, and furthermore, they can help the communities around the world. That is the reason I want to help the students in Maya in Mexico. Through the presentation, as you asked, the people in Maya, they also receive many of the messages from the ancestors that they left behind. They calculate the time, just like the scientists, just like the astrologers or the fortune teller around the world. Therefore, they know at the final cycle, from a point of scientific view, they mentioned that we are going through 3 cycles. The first time 1,000,000 years ago, the second phase 200,000 years ago, and the third phase was 80,000 years ago, with all the great floods. All of this evidence, that is from the scientific book, and I based on these scientific books that I mentioned to you because I don't know about this information. However, through the question from this student who mentioned about the Mayan, it is also coincident, just like the scientists at the present time who research, including NASA in America, they research in outer space. They cannot stop this event. Listen carefully. They can research and to know it, but they cannot stop it. But time and space, I confirm with you, they cannot accurately determine the exact time and date. I know it's there, it would come, but time and space, I confirm with you, they cannot calculate accurately. I learned on a spiritual path. I know the deities who reveal to me, send me the message. I know they prepare everything. One side they research, and one side the deities who give to all of us the ability to stop. So time and space, they may not be accurate. The first 3 hours I have mentioned to you, you don't have to worry about the end time or catastrophe. When the temperature on Earth has rise 2 or 4 degrees, it doesn't cause the iceberg to melt. It doesn't cause great floods or a tidal wave. I know that ahead of time. It doesn't mean that I just say it in an ordinary way, but I know, but I don't share with you all the details. When it is the right time, then I will explain in more detail for you. In the case of the iceberg and also the powerful energy from outer space, therefore, the antenna, that is a simple design. In fact, there is no value in the material world, in physics, but it is valuable as my soul had merged into it, and my soul is fortunate that God had merged with my soul to use this fake means, very simple means, but it has the ability from universal energy that combine in to solve everything in the field of science, in the field of spirituality. That is the reason the deities allowed me to build the antenna model to place in other countries on Earth. Eventually, with everything that you predicted, the scientists had predicted, with everything the masters in Mexico, in Maya that had done or left behind the messages, then for sure it will be similar, just like the Bible mentioned that at the end of year 2000, it is the end time. But with time, we cannot calculate accurately because that is a time calculated in the human world. The time in the spiritual world, we have sufficient time to stop. As God want to create and help the human to have wisdom and enlightenment, God doesn't destroy the human. Listen carefully. God save the human, the more the better. God never want to destroy the humans. If God want to destroy the human, is so easy. The first great flood, then this whole earth, all the living creatures would die, including the humans. Doesn't have to spend 1,000,000 years or 200,000 years and 300,000 years to create all of us and then let us die. At the last cycle, that is to remind the human life after 200,000 years, we had reached that wisdom enlightenment already. 200,000 years had gone by. As God wants us to return back, it's not that in only one country, but it is going to be for 5 continents. So the student of UE, in 5 continents, we have the students of 5 continents. In any race or country, or even a nearby region, they have the people in UE. So we are representing 5 continents. We have the UE student all over the world. Why? So you are able to help your country, you can help your continent. I've trained you in every aspect, in all the race. Why? So you are able to help your race, to help your country, and to help your own religion, but not for me. That is the reason I share with you through the question as the Mayan prophecies or the research from NASA in America. So all of that coincide to the cycle of the decade of the 21st century, the first decade of the 21st century. Therefore, I do not rush, but the deities had pushed me and allowed me to learn and let me organize the higher levels so that I can learn and you can learn. So all of us will learn, so we are able to protect this earth without any threat in any form. That is all. And one more time, I just want to tell you, if you have a chance, if you have the means, each country in the future, only in this year, more or less in one country, you have the large antenna model. And with the small antenna that you've been practicing from the past until now, so you're able to receive the energy from the big antenna with the presence of my soul, and with the small antenna in level 19, you're able to learn to merge so that it can become a transformer and from the power source from outer space, entering to the big antenna and connecting to the small antenna you will be able to use in the future. So you try your best. Each family, try your best. Each family, you need to have one antenna model. So when it is needed, you have it to use. Listen carefully. Next question.
Okay, next is one more question of Portugal, I think.
Okay. In the Mekong message, Master tells us about a new energy source. What source is this? Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, the scientists around the world who are concerned about a new energy from outer space that might enter Earth, that may cause some damage to Earth. Perhaps it may destroy some part or totally in a region. That is one of a concern of the scientists that they have been warning for the past 10 years. What is that new energy? You know how to use it, that new energy, as I taught you, to travel out to space. That energy can destroy the Earth easily. Listen carefully. Earth is so small, and that powerful energy, the Earth cannot handle it. So it may cause damage to Earth. Now you and me, we know how to use universal energy, all of the combined dimensions from space. As we can do this, we can travel out to space, as we know. We bring back to Earth, so we can cover Earth. Then it is appropriate to all of the frequencies, all of the combined dimensions from outer space, then for sure Earth will be protected. The humans can help the human. This is the point. The new lesson to help new earth, the new people, and these new people are the ones who are using universal energy, who knows how to neutralize and to contribute all over the world, to be able to help in all the profession in the world that they are in a deadlock, that I have been training you for the past 18 years. Now at the last moment, that is the time that you need to learn to the high level, so you are able to contribute to help your country, your family, your religion. That is the new thing. I just learned only about 2 weeks ago the program of level 20. It's not that I do not learn, I learn so that I can teach you. 5 years ago, I did not know. In the future, I will teach you that you are able to control the soul of the cell. 5 years ago, I never have the idea to teach you to travel out to space. No, I did not learn, I did not have the information. So how do I know what subject to teach you? Slowly, a step at a time, the new lesson has come in a higher level. Constantly, it is organized everywhere. So depending on your faith, you can come to learn earlier or later. More or less, our body and our soul have the mission as the deities have contribute to help ourselves, so we're able to help our family and our country, so that we can benefit to see the time of the Long Hoa meeting on earth, that in Vietnam we are able to see that time of the paradise on earth, as I share with you, so you know about that new energy, the new people. I'm learning, you are learning, we're all learning to prepare to receive the new earth with peace, with true peace and freedom. That is the new people. Next question.
Okay, here we go. South Africa, here comes your first question.
Okay. Good day, Master Dong. The best regards from the sunny South African continent. And my question is regarding the soul. There are so many theories about what the soul is. We talk about soul. We are aware of who we are, our bodies, our thoughts. But what is your definition about the soul? That's my question. Thank you very much.
In the previous level, including the recent level as well as today, I know there are millions of books in the world that talk about the soul. There are many books who mention that there are many souls in one body. However, in the teaching of UE, as I teach you in a very simple way, the body and the soul, if we know how, then we can have that unity. That is how I teach you, so that your body and your soul as one. Now I explain for you about the soul. The soul is the light, like the air. The soul doesn't eat, doesn't wear anything. The soul is neither male or female. So it comes into the body of the man or the woman. The soul is infinite. The soul is a true self. The soul doesn't tie to the material world. It is pure. However, that is how I share with you, that is the soul of the higher being, the whole soul with the ability to enter a body to help mankind. But the soul from all the living creatures that they learn from the lower life form to become the humans, they are very limited. They do not have the, sufficient knowledge. And in their learning cycle on earth, in this world, for sure, that cycle, it may take a very long time. We cannot even calculate the length of the time. In many levels in the past, I share with you, from my understanding, the soul from the master in Egypt for 10,000 years. They don't want to go 20,000 years. They don't want to evolve. It doesn't mean that they have to wait for 3 or 5 years. That is how I share with you. And you said that each person died and you can reincarnate in a human. But do you know, after the First and Second World War, from 1945 until now, more or less 60 or more years, in 1917 until now, 90 years, hundreds of millions of people die, but the world population had increased up to 4 or 5 billion. So the soul of all of the living creatures, there are a number of researchers who mentioned that we transform from the apes, that eventually we become the humans, but all the apes in the world, more or less we have 500 million or a billion, but now we have 6 billion. So supposedly the monkey or the ape die and become the humans. So the soul, it is the evolution from low to a higher life form. The smallest, meaning the soul of the cell, going through all the transformation to become the animals, lower life form. Through time, we become the human. So all of us in the past, we are no exception. However, at the last time, the teaching of UE had been established. How come the higher soul who come into your body to merge with your body? That is the will of God, to prove to the human world that the humans can help the human, and these are the humans. The deities had given us the ability, that is you and me. As God had given to us the ability to contribute to help mankind, it doesn't mean that we have the ability so that we can boast or we see ourselves above all the people. That is wrong. If you think like that, then you don't have any ability, because to give to you the ability, you are feeding into your ego, then you will lose everything. If you learn higher and you have the energy, you have the power, that is to serve people, to serve humanity, then you will have everything. When you talk about the communities of the world, it might take a long time, but you learn just to protect your country, your family, in the nearest, your immediate family. That is how I share with you. About the soul of others, I do not have any comments. But your soul, I can confirm, I know that when you come to learn in UE in high level, and when your body practice to transform into energy to travel out to space, then you are not the soul that reincarnate from a lower life form, or the soul of the humans going through many lifetimes learning on her earth. I know 50,000 years ago, the master in Egypt, to open the chakras, it takes them 3 or 5 lifetimes to open all the chakras 100%. These are for these Egyptian masters. That is the lesson I learned from the deities. Now, with the level, as your soul has been higher, combining with your body, in the case as you are opening chakras, you use universal energy, you are using the combined frequencies, you are using many different dimensions in outer space, then for sure your soul are from outer space, very far away, to come into this body, so that your body, you have the ability to contribute to help this earth with its damage. That is how I explain to you about the soul, the soul of ourselves, and how the higher being can merge with you, and how a normal soul can merge with you. That is according to Iwi. And regarding the books, I mentioned to you already, all the books, they are all the variable means to help us from the theory, so that we are able to practice in order to help others. The books only give us the environment for us to learn, to study, to research. But for myself, as I teach you, so you are able to practice, to contribute, to help people. Because people need our help through our practice, through our practical way, not in an abstract way, not in a theory, That is the reason that the teaching of universal energy has been established for the past 18 years until now. Next question.
Okay, Spain is next.
Dear Master, I have big problem with myself. I've never loved myself, and because of this, I've had lots of problems with my family, with people around me, and in all the activities that I've carried out. How can I love myself? How can I live in peace with myself? And above all, how can I stop insulting God because He created me? And how can I find my true self? I've tried very hard. I've tried to love myself, but I haven't achieved it. And I don't know why I haven't understood. After being studying 13 years, the energy in the Universal Energy School. That's the first question from the first student. And the second question is from another student. The nirvana in the earth is just happiness. So if God needs good and evil, how come humans call it well-being? How can God combine good and evil? Because if only one exists, how can He combine it? And the second question from this student is, what happens exactly when we die? How long does our soul have to be? And if all the souls are exactly the same, or if it depends on what kind of life we had carried. Where do we stay? At home? In our room? In hospital? When we die, will we go to different level? And if it's so, for how long? And then, what happens exactly to our soul? Thank you, Master.
Thank you, Feli.
Now let me explain for you. In fact, you really love yourself. You don't have any sin. The sin here, it is the tradition, culture, family, society that cause you to do not love yourself. In fact, that is the truth. You remember from the time of your birth, when you are only 1 or 2 years old, you are so innocent. You just cry, ask for milk. Is that right? You are so innocent. Nobody harm you. Nobody cause problem to you. And then your parents nurture you, and then you feel happy. And then 3-year-old, 4-year-old, at that moment, that is society, your family, that cause problem to you, because they really take care of you. They sacrifice for you, and then because of their love and sacrifice for you, and then in a way, they lead you to the bad way. Why? Because we do not teach the spiritual. We only teach the material. You have to do this. You have to learn how to do good in school, to struggle in life, so that you have a career, so you have a position in life, so you have a house, or you have a beautiful wife, to have children, to have to marry a good husband. So that love, you lost that love for yourself at that moment. because you are distracted by tradition, culture, family, society that cause you to lose that love to yourself. Today I teach you that point. My soul merged to the body of Master Living Tang to point out this point for you, so you have wisdom. If you can understand this, then you can clear everything. But it's so difficult. The theory you cannot put into practice. So I let you clear so easily. Each time when you have your worries, when you forgot about loving yourself, so now I let you use your true self so you can really love others, with the condition that if you don't love yourself or you don't love anyone else because of your worries, your doubt, your fear, so these 4 factors, and with these 4 factors, I advise for you, that is universal energy that cause you to have a busy mind, unrest, worry, fear, doubt. Only with universal energy you can clear all of this distraction, because it is created by you. So as you know it, so that you can use it, only they know themselves. That is universal energy that causes you to have worry, thinking due to the tradition, culture, family, society. So as you are aware of it, because of that energy create them, you use this energy to neutralize them, so that you can bring back, take back your ego. I show you so you are able to put into practice my answer to you today. That is the first time, as I teach you in the level 18 or 19, I did not reveal this, I did not explain this point to you in the previous levels like this. In this class, perhaps it is my great fortune that I teach you the new lesson, even though with a similar question in level 18 and 19, but I answer in level 17 differently. That is your soul due to your destiny, that I give you the answer to guide you, so you are able to regain the balance, to regain the love to yourself. You love yourself and you can love others. This is true. Because it is they create it. It is they create culture, tradition, culture, family, society. That is universal energy. As you know how to use universal energy, the combined dimension to solve all of these dimensions that created all these problems, so you can clear, so you can regain your peace. That is the reason in the first part of the class, I tell you all of your worries, you keep on receiving the light of God's aura into your mind, and you send energy so you can erase it. You can erase something that is not appropriate in your mind. You are able to clear it, and you use them to help them. And if you know how to do it, then you are able to apply. Is it right? 34 years, only they know them, and without them nobody would know them. So now I reverse it, only they know them. So you take them and to do it for them, and you take them to convince them, and we cannot convince them. Because we do not know what they want. So now if they want to, we can take them, and that is their master. That is a fact. Because it is we are using the combined. Because this is limited in the 4 dimensions, so we are using the 5th and 7th dimension. This 4 meaning the tradition, culture, family, society. This 4 we are using the 5th and the 6th one to convince them to listen to the 5th or to the 6th dimension. And the 5th and the 6th dimension, that is your true self, that is the truth. And once they listen to you, suddenly you have your true self, and you can clear all of this. And this is the answer. The first time I teach you, try to take notes so that in the future you can use it for documents. As you want to, I teach you in a very simple and precise way. You can put into practice starting tonight. It doesn't mean that I teach you the theory and then you have to wait for 3 more years. Starting now, tonight, and tomorrow. Now, if you can use the 5th dimension or the 6th dimension to clear the 4th dimension, then the happiness and the true self come to you. If you want happiness, I have an answer to you already. but you want to get rid of your own happiness. You sacrifice your happiness incorrectly. You have happiness to help others to have happiness. You have happiness and you give up your own happiness, and they don't need that happiness, and they abuse your happiness, and they suffer. They lost their happiness, and you yourself, you also lose your happiness because you have given up. And they abuse and they throw it away. Supposedly with your happiness, you give it to them, and they know how to value it so that they can bring that happiness to you and to themselves. That would be a good thing. But because you have the true joy, you give this true joy to those fake ones. They don't need the real one. So that's why they would abuse your joy, and you would lose this joy, and the people around you would lose that joy. Is that right? If you don't destroy it, it is you who destroy it, but you are not aware of it. If you have it, how come you don't benefit? How come you don't keep? And then you blame on tradition, culture, family, society, because of this, because of that. But in fact, it is you. You have to confess it is you yourself, not others. You think it is right or not? So you lose your joy, your happiness, and you cause problem in many ways to people around you. But at that time, your happiness, you throw it to others and they abuse it. Then you yourself, you get hurt. So people around you get hurt just like you. Is that right? There is also a new question. In this class, I always give all the new answers, the new lessons. So now you want to regain your happiness, then when you really have the true joy, you have to give it correctly to the right person. You have your happiness, you give to people, the good person, then you can increase the happiness, and you increase your joy. But you give your joy to those who abuse it, then how can you have the happiness? You give it to them, they don't thank you, and they abuse you, and they cause suffering to you. And do you know this? You say that you go to the temple, you go here and there to follow the spiritual path, to be more brilliant. You need to have understanding depending on each case to appropriately help. Doesn't mean to abandon them. It is right, you help. If wrong, you don't help. If they're right, you help and you do it better. If they're wrong and you keep on helping them, they are wrong, but you are even worse. I help my own nephew. He's wrong, but I am the master. As I know that he's bad and I help them, then in a way I'm worse than him. If I don't give them the money, so he doesn't get drunk, and I do not feel hurt. So if he's right, so that is my own mistake. That is how I want to share with you. Therefore, the happiness that you have, you share your joy to those who recognize the joy. I don't know if I teach you like this. If you know, if you don't know, I don't know how I can explain to you. Because you want to have happiness, I show you. And now, to have the harmony with the good and evil, I teach you in level 13. Because you've been judging people. That's why you see all the people are evil. But the most evil one is you. You're not aware of it. That's why you suffer. And you come here and you keep on criticizing people, but you never criticize yourself. You never criticize yourself. You never say that today I'm bad or you are evil. With 5 people, you keep on criticizing the others. That is so strange. It's not in one country. I go to many countries, it's all the same. The men will meet together or the women meet together. They always criticize others. They never come and then each of them they confess themselves. How strange it is. As you can see, that is so strange. It is not that the lower level, I divide into 3, high, low, and medium. You think that the low level they criticize, but also the high level they also criticize with worse. And the medium, you think that they can have a harmony, and they do the same, just like the high or the low. No more or less. When they meet each other, they always criticize people. When you talk back and forth, they start criticizing people. That is very strange. They don't follow the spiritual path, bad or good, but whenever they meet each other, then they start There's no other subject, and that person criticizing this or that. And you yourself, you're okay, because you cannot talk bad about yourself. That is the reason, the greatest error of the humankind. How can you have wisdom? How can you have enlightenment? I tell you the truth. You go to the temple, you go to the church, you go here and there to pray, I tell you the truth. In Vietnam, it would be the water you pour it down, you cannot keep. The water you pour down to the leaf and it just fall down, it doesn't keep there. So how can they have wisdom? How can they have happiness? How can they help people? So you can see, if you sit back, the people on earth, if that person is like that, but she may be so evil, but she loves her mother, so you have a pity for her. She may be evil, or she may be bad, the person, but more or less you have to think good of the person. That person is find something good about that person. Found up, you always criticize, putting people down, but never praise them. That is the judgment that Jesus had taught. Jesus Christ had taught, in the Bible had mentioned, who taught us. You can, if you want to condemn people, you have to look at yourself. If you don't have sin, then you can condemn people. That is the Bible Jesus Christ has taught to all the disciples. My God, you go to the church, you try to show off your dress, your diamond, and you try to put your hand on your hair and then to show off your diamond. My God, I go to the elderly. I see one of the elderly lady, she keep on always comb her hair all the time because she want to show off her ring. She keep on always combing her hair. I see that she's trying to show off her diamond. I don't know whether it's real or fake, but I'm sitting behind her. She keep on always combing her hair always to because right in front of me, I'm sitting right behind her. She keep always combing her hair. That show off her ring to me. Always combing her hair to show her ring to me. Perhaps you try to to woo me or something. So that's why you see, that's why they cause fighting. They go in, they don't listen to learn to help people. No, they go in just to show off. They go in, they don't pray in there. They go in, you start to talk, criticizing, spreading rumors, and criticize people, and then they go in, and then going to the church, they always spread rumors, talking bad, whether they have affair or not. It is their own business. You just go in there, instead of praying to Jesus, they just go in and spread rumors. So that is how they are suffering. So you can see, how can we avoid from war? Suppose they are going to the church. I tell you, they go to the temple. I do not know, in my country they go to the temple. Many of the ladies to go to the temple, they wear abroad, they always wear expensive clothing, so they can go in to show off. They just buy a pair of shoes, and they go in and lost the shoes, and she throw away the shoes, and she go out and curse and said that today is supposed to be fasting, otherwise she would go and kill all of the people just losing a pair of shoes. My God, just step into to the temple just to confess, and walking out losing a pair of shoes, starting to cause more sin, and then next Sunday to go in and confess again. So I tell you the truth. In the human world, when you talk about the humans, they always use the fake. In the human world, they like illusion. So that's why for the past 18 years, I try my best to help you, so you can understand the truth. The truth is your true self, so that you're able to use to serve people. That will include your family, that will benefit the most. That is the reason of the teaching of EV. For the past 18 years, I tell you the truth, I taught you from the lower to the high level. You're not just helping your family, you're helping your country, and furthermore, you're able to help the communities around the world. That is the purpose of the teaching of universal energy. I tell you the truth. All of the questions, with everything, the experience I share with you, and I also update for you in all the professions so you can succeed in life, so you're able to help to develop on the spiritual path. And I help you on the material and the spiritual path. You're able to reach higher, so you are able to help others, so for them to be well in the material and the spiritual path. That is the reason, as you know, the formula in the human, whether they're good or evil, but never judge others whether they are evil, never judge people as bad. Then slowly you reestablish social order because you don't see anyone as evil. In level 13, I have taught you already. You got to be at peace, and you bring the light of joy and the true self to serve your family, your country, your community in the world. So you do not judge anyone, even though that person is really bad. That person may be bad. As God let them learn the lesson in a bad environment, so that when they go into the bad way, they can help those people. If you always learn a good lesson when you see someone bad, how do you know they are on a bad way? How do you help these people from the bad way to be good? The good people, they already have, they don't need your help, but you help those who are bad. But you have to learn from the bad lesson, then you can help those in the bad way to turn to good. If you don't learn, so how can you teach them? I teach you in a very simple way. The teaching of EV is so simple. It is not so complicated. It is not so lengthy. It goes directly, short and precise, so you are able to apply to be successful immediately. That is the purpose of the teaching of EV, to share, to update, to help all of you, so you can return back to the truth and the true self, so you can serve all the people. That will include your family. Now, after your death, I explained already, for the past few days as well as today, after the death, if you have an ordinary soul, then you have to wait for a long period of time, because there are so many souls who are waiting, as they're waiting along, and they travel out of the region of those responsible beings. That's why they got captured by the sorcerers. As they are captured, so they are enslaved by these sorcerers. As you know, after death, it is so difficult to be reincarnated. As I mentioned to you, the Egyptian masters waiting for 5, 10, or 20,000 years, they did not reincarnate. And after your death, only 50 or 100 years, you're not going anywhere. However, in the teaching of EV, when you have the chakra open 100%, all those souls who are linked to you by faith, then you pray, you transfer energy, you're able to help those souls to evolve, meaning they're not returned back to the deity, meaning you are borrowing another body so that they can reincarnate into that body to learn and progress. That is how I explain for you in an ordinary soul. For the higher soul that the deity has sent down, after you complete the mission, you return back to the deities to wait for the deity to send you. You wait for the deity to send you to another body in any country or any people. And what is your next mission? Just like, as you know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you did not come to learn in EV. The fortune teller who see that in the future you may become the doctor or the master, you would not believe. But then the deities who had entered this fortune teller and tell you that in the future your body and your soul, you become a master. Well, you would never believe. But then when you come to learn EV, you learn from a lower level, you treat people, help people, and they call you as a master, a real master, not a fake one. Because you really have the ability. You can treat them and heal them. You have the ability, you can help the environment. So they just call you as a master. That is a change of the environment. That the soul from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, they are aware of it. And they know partially, and the higher level they would not be able to reach. Just like for now, you are in level 19, I tell you the truth. let's say you go to the fortune teller at level 19, that is higher, because your soul is merged. And for those who are a fortune teller, there's some of the soul from chakra 3 up to chakra 5 who help them, and your soul is so high who cover them. They may be right only 30% because they only allow to say 30%. Except when you have the ability, you transfer energy to that soul, and the soul will talk to you. That is in my case, as I transfer energy to them, and whatever I say, then they say, so that Teresa will be happy as a fortune teller. In fact, there's nothing. Because Teresa always take me to the fortune teller, I transfer energy to that soul immerse into that body to talk. So Teresa will feel at peace. Because you think, I have a very powerful energy, so anybody can see me. But he said just for Teresa to feel happy seeing the fortune teller, but there's nothing just to please her at that time. And 5 days later or a month later, nothing happened. But she continued to look and come and pay the money to the fortune teller, even though they say it wrong. But they think only to please her to please her only for 15 minutes. That is a light of joy. Even if you have money, you cannot buy the joy. You can only go to the fortune teller when the fortune teller say something according. Say that you can buy the house, and you can buy the house, that you can buy the fake house. Tell you that you win the lottery. Say that this time you can win 3 million in lottery, and then they print out the fake money only with $3, and you can buy the 3 million paper money. Get it. So I explained for you that is a reality. But now, as you can go to the fortune teller, I know for sure the soul of these people who look, they only please you for 15 minutes, and then suddenly you know it is wrong. But at least it is please you, but that is something for fun. But in fact, our souls, as a deity who sent us down here, we have the mission more or less. I just want to remind and tell you, if you are fortunate, you know you are the instrument of the deities, and the deities have chosen us to contribute to help mankind, then this is the greatest fortune in your life. And for those who are linked to you in this life or the next life, now in the future, I only remind you to try your best to do it. Meaning it's not for the humankind, but for you, for your family at the present time, your children and grandchildren in the future. You only think like that, they don't have to think further. Do not say that you're going to save the world or to save people or to save one continent or another, just to save your family alone. That would be enough blessing for you. Why? So that those who are linked to you in your family, more or less, your children and grandchildren, they continue on the journey to help the next generation. That is all my wish. It doesn't mean I tell you so that you can go out to save the world or you go to help one continent or another. Only your family. Furthermore, you can help your own religion. That is sufficient. Now, next question.
Spain, I think you have a second question.
Yes, Jonas, here it goes.
Spain, one more.
Yes. Dios, God, can do everything. We are God's experiment. Does God need us to do what he or she, well, it's written he, what he wishes? Or does God need us in a different way? Do we really have free will? Yes, but we end up doing what he wants, what we finally do what he wants us to do. He takes us where he wants to. And the second question for the student is, Master, could you please tell us a bit more about the Virgin Mary? Thank you, Master.
Now, in fact, because of the level of the humankind, we did not fully evolve. That's why we are demanding this and that in our life, our body and our soul. That is God who decided. God had sent the soul of those who are responsible, who come to control our body and our soul, with the condition that we have the mission and the duties. That's why for us, we have been guided by the deities and we cannot go against it. You and me, we are no exception. However, whether you want to go on road A and the deity take you to road B, you have to accept. Not totally. Because a number of you do not accept this. And those who do not accept, meaning those who are higher level in UE, that I often mention to you, those are the 15% of those of you. I want to remind this 15% of you that you do not accept the guidance of God. That is because of your ego, that for the past 200,000 years, the masters in Atlantis had violated. They are no strangers. They are not the lower soul. That is how I explain for you. This master 200,000 years ago, they have wisdom, enlightenment. They do not have the body on earth, but God had invited them back. They lost the body and the soul to return back to the deities, so that the deities teach them and guide them for the past 200,000 years. Because you ask, I answer for you. And the ordinary soul from a lower to the higher level, not let them learn and evolve. That will include my family members. When you look at the face, you know that person is dumb. How can that person learn on the spiritual path? I tell you the truth. And as I see my family members, I see the face, and you know that person is dumb. For sure, that person doesn't have any mission or duty. So in Vietnamese, that person is very crazy. You tell one way, and that person do it another way, and that person is crazy. So perhaps we can inherit for a while, and then after death, return back. That is in my family members. When the person is dumb, I tell you that person is dumb. Well, I tell you the truth whenever I can see that is the truth. In my family, there's two of them. One of the children is very dumb and crazy, and one of my nephew. But they are my family members. So what else can I do? I just want to explain for you, so you understand that if your body and your soul, you have the mission and the duties, then the deities will guide you. The important part is that, do you pray or not? In the past, I did not learn, I did not become the master. I do not know for what reason. That when I was poor, I was able to help people. I have love toward people. I remember when I was about 20, at the age of 20, I built the altar, meaning the altar right in front of the heaven, to pray to God. That is the culture in the East, that is to pray to the heaven and earth. So I mentioned that I give up my life to God to dictate. And I also vow that the people will be liberated, but I want to stay back on earth. That is before I learn on the spiritual path. And the deities guide me until now. I cannot go according to my will. Whatever I want to do, I have to follow the way of God. So I'm forced, as I learn from low to high, from good to bad, not from bad to good. That my body, as I know, the body of Master Luminang knows, but I cannot go against, because the mission of my body and my soul I give to God to decide. So I have to go straight. I dare to sacrifice my own happiness, to give up everything to follow this path, to teach the students of EWE for the past 18 years. If I hang on to material, then 10 years ago I'll be rich. I don't have to do anything. but then I'm under their control. Many years ago, I have happiness, but I sacrifice it. I don't need the money or happiness, but I need to go and to remind all the people to have wisdom and enlightenment. For that reason, God guide me, good, bad, right, wrong. Whether it is danger or not, I have to accept. Because my body and soul, with my mission to contribute to help people, then you are no exception. But in 100 of you, only 85 of you can do it. The 15 of you are stubborn. Those 15 who are stubborn because of your ego. So I have pity for those. I don't know who they are, but the deities reveal to me like that. I also pray that this 15% they can return with the other 85%, so that together with me we can contribute to help mankind. That is my wish. In fact, I want to share that point for you. But then how come God used the human as the test? As I have explained to you in the previous level as well as the last level 16, I mentioned that the human flesh, God had created the human to see if we can reach wisdom and enlightenment. If God knows that we can really reach the state of wisdom and enlightenment, then all the people on earth have to have wisdom and enlightenment. That will be the light on earth. It will be brighter than other planets because there is no other light that can converge into this small planet, and it will be the brightest because all the soul on here that turn to the light, that would be the enlightenment. If we can on earth we have that enlightenment, then we can migrate to other planets to bring the human species to other planets. That is my lesson 34 years ago. For the first time when I learned, God had explained and taught me the humans with the test from God to have the real state of wisdom and enlightenment. Then we can go to the next planet to bring life, to create the human species and life in other planets beside this earth. That is the lesson. The first lesson I learned 34 years ago as the deity revealed to me. That is how I explain clearly for you. Now talking about the Virgin Mary. According to the legend, the Virgin Mary gave birth to Jesus Christ. That was a story 2,000 years ago. But whether it's right or wrong, we don't have any comments. Right or wrong, we should not criticize. But this is the means, invaluable means for us. Even though the Virgin Mary, she's a human just like all of us, but who knows, she had the mission from the deities to come to this earth 2,000 years ago to give the means. After 2,000 years, we have so many images of the Virgin Mary appearing, but how many people believe in her? How many believe in the ability of the Virgin Mary? As she sent the messages, she taught us, do we listen? So that's why the statue of the Virgin Mary is crying, because people do not listen. Like in Australia right here, the statue of the Virgin Mary crying. That is the love of the Virgin Mary who cry, but the human kind do not even change, do not be awakened. In front they say that they believe in her, but when she's crying, nobody believes. You can see how illogical we are. Even really crying, nobody believes. And the message from the Virgin Mary to teach us to change, but we don't do it. They don't listen. Buddha in the same way, Buddha teaches the disciple, but they don't listen. Mary loved the humankind to teach, but we don't listen. According to the Buddhist scripture mentioned that this is the end time. So there are so many fake Buddhas in the world. According to the Buddhist scriptures that mention about that. They use Buddha, the real Buddha, and make many fake Buddhas. So in the human world, 25 centuries ago, Buddha knew about it. Who had to review ahead the formula that Buddha had taught. They said that Buddha do not understand, but 25 centuries later, they would recognize as they know it, but they don't want to do it. They don't know it and they don't do it. But supposedly now they know it, they don't want to do it. They just abuse the name of Buddha, but they don't follow the teaching of Buddha. That is the end time. At the end time, then God will teach us the lesson to have wisdom enlightenment so that we can really wish wisdom enlightenment. Then that would mark the end of that end time, and we would have really wisdom and enlightenment. In fact, that would be the Lam Hoa meeting, and at that time we will really have paradise on earth without hell. That is how I share with you a few points as you ask about the Virgin Mary. Now go on, next question.
Turkey?
Yes, Thomas. We are coming.
Thank you.
Çünkü sorum, terör örgütlerinin yerleştirdiği mayınlar nedeniyle birçok insan parçalanarak ölüyor. Bu tüm okuma yöntemi gibi etkisiz hale getirilmesi için bir yöntem olabilir mi? İkinci sorum, Rusya'daki Çernobil'ler patlamasından sonra Türkiye'nin özellikle Karadeniz bölgesinde çok olmuş. Bu Çernobil vakası nedeniyle kanser vakalarında oldukça yükselme var. Neredeyse grip salgını gibi çoluk çocuk herkes kanser oluyor. Bu özellik için ayrıca daha etkili bir yöntem olabilir mi? Üçüncü sorum da yeni doğan çocuklarda telepatik algılar çok güçlü oluyor. Ben bunu birkaç çocukta da gördüm. Bu çocuklara daha fazla gelişimlerine yardımcı olabilmek için bir şeyler yapılabilir mi? Özel yöntemler olabilir mi? Ama kaç kapı yaparsınız?
Okay. She first wants to thank Master for all the... Pardon? Okay. The student here wants to thank Master for all the opportunities and for all his help. Her first question is about terrorist attacks, especially in our country. Daily, a lot of terrorist attacks, especially in the eastern part of our country, is happening. The terrorists are using bombs, underground bombs, and a lot of people are dying every day. Not tens maybe, but each day a few people are dying because of these traps, bomb traps. She wants to ask whether it can be possible to use a similar technique, to use a similar formula, like the formula to find underground water and know where those bombs are buried underground. Can that be possible? Can we use universal energy to place those bombs, to find the places and bury them out so that nobody is hurt? Her second question is about the explosion which had happened years ago in Russia, in Chernobyl. Because of this explosion, a lot of nuclear contamination was carried also to the Black Sea coast of Turkey. And today, there are a lot of people with cancer in this region. It is like an epidemic of cancer already, almost. And can there be any other formula to help those people who are ill with cancer because of the explosion in Chernobyl? How can we help them in a more efficient way? Sonraki neydi? Her last question is about the children being born lately. I'm able to see that those children who are being born in the late few years are having a very strong telepathical ne denir imkan değil. Telepathical activity, I would say. Does Master know anything about that, or is it just because they are not blocked yet? What would Master tell us about those children, young children, very young children who are born in the last few years? Thank you very much.
Through the question that you asked, let me answer for you, so you are able to learn. Now, let me advise for you. In your country, in Turkey, first, for those of you who learn the level 19, then I advise for you, each day, when you practice, you transfer energy to these regions. And each day, at least, before you practice, when your soul, you can travel to those regions that they have this underground mine or bomb. So each day, when you are level 19, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to this region. It's the 9th time to this region that they have this terrorist bombing. Then you don't need to look for the bomb or underground mine. Perhaps this landmine or bomb that the people would explode, but with your energy, as you transfer to this region, perhaps they will be malfunction and they would not explode. So you don't have to try to locate these bombs or landmine. That is for those of you who are in level 19. You can apply the center in the director of the center, a translator in there. He's at level 19. He can do it. Each day you transfer energy 9 times. This is at level 19, and each day in the level 19 student, before you practice, you can practice your body and your soul to practice whether you are able to travel out of space or not. You come there to this region after you practice. Each day you can travel to this region 1 time in a day. That is how you can apply. In the case of Turkey, you don't have to look for this underground bomb. So let's say they have 100 bombs, but at least one of them would explode and the other 99 would not explode. So this is something you can help. In the future, if they excavate and they find this mine, and these are the landmine or the bomb, they are unused, malfunction in a way. And I don't know about in the Black Sea, if near that region, if there anyone who learn EV in the high level. If not, I don't know the exact region. If let's say you're in Russia, or if you are close to the Black Sea in Turkey, you transfer energy to this region that they have this epidemic of cancer. You can transfer energy to the whole region. And in the case of the explosion of the Chernobyl, that was the first time I was teaching in Pattaya in almost 12 years ago. I remember at that moment when I was teaching, then they have the problem with the nuclear plant. At that time, many of you who asked for us to transfer energy, and that was almost 12 years ago. So now for you, at the level 19, you apply like that. For those of you who are in level 18 now, you cannot merge, but you can practice. You practice for your body to travel out to space. Each time when you practice, you use this location, you transfer energy 3 seconds to this region. Each time when you practice, each of you transfer energy 3 seconds to that region. For those of you who are level 19, each time when you receive a light of God's aura, to send 3 seconds to that region 9 times each day. as a level 19, you apply the technique of level 9 time, send 9 time, and level 18, you do it according to your own level. It is not that I say to explain. If you think that you are able to solve the negative energy or to solve the negative energy, then you need to place one of the large antenna that I have in place for Australia or in Vietnam or other place order, so you can place the big antenna in that nearby region, so that you're able to solve all of the problems that you may face, whether it's in the field of physical science or in a spiritual realm. That is the energy from the science or spirituality you are able to apply to help if you wish. That is my recommendation. And now these children, I hope that the teaching of UE, if they're outside the teaching of UE, it is better. I hope that in the year 2008, a number of you in the school of UE, those who are able to give birth, as the couple learn at the high level, hopefully when you give birth, the children would have only one brain, just like the people in Atlantis years ago, meaning the brain of this child was very intelligent. There is one primary brain, not disconnected like the two brains, and with the secondary brain of the mammal or reptilian. So the children with one unified brain, then that person would not have the influence of the secondary brain. Then they are able to use their brain 80, 90, or 100%. Then they will be very smart. I hope that in the large UE family, in the future, there are many other children that they are fortunate when they are born. They have only one unified brain, so they have wisdom. They are the indigo child, so that they are able to help the communities, to help the country, to help the family. That is my wish. In the year 2010, if by the year 2009, if they are born, that is a good sign, because starting from the year 2007, I have taught a number of you. I have shown a number of you in level 19, so you know how to apply when you give birth. If you're in the same level, hopefully they have one primary brain without the secondary brain. Then they can have wisdom and enlightenment. They can help your family, your country, and your society. Next question.
Belarus, you're next.
Здравствуй, дорогой мастер. У меня 3 вопроса. Если я правильно поняла, то вчера была такая информация, что смены нашего настроения во многом объясняются тем, что к нам подключаются другие души. И в этой связи у меня вопрос. В каких случаях и какие души подключаются? Сколько душ может подключаться? Это происходит согласие нашей души или нет? Если да, то вообще наша душа с телом как-то, я понимаю, что она не советуется с ним. Вот, и почему так происходит? Как долго вот эти души подключенные вообще пребывают в нашем пространстве? Где находится в это время наша душа? И как эти души, если они подключились, как они отключаются? Можем ли мы как-то влиять на эти процессы? Мы, вот студенты универсальной энергии и простые люди, они как-то вообще могут управлять этими процессами или никак не влияют на них? Ну, это вот первый вопрос. Второй вопрос. Духовный смысл союза мужчины и женщины. Каждый человек хочет найти свою вторую половину, но люди некоторые находят сразу, а кто-то ищет долго, несмотря на то, что очень хочет этого. Какой смысл одиночества, особенно для тех душ, которые хотят создать семьи и хотят иметь детей? Как найти свою вторую половину? Может, тоже какая-то специальная техника есть? И третий вопрос. Тоже, если я правильно поняла, то
Третий вопрос. Если я правильно поняла, то на Земле есть регионы, где проявляется отрицательная негативная энергия, которую мы нейтрализуем передачей универсальной энергии. Сегодня вот мастер опять повторил, что из космоса, например, отрицательная энергия проявляется в виде грозы. И в этой связи у меня такой вопрос. Кто формирует вот эти отрицательные энергии? С какой целью? Спасибо, мастер, большое, и приезжай к нам в гости.
Hello, dear master. I have 3 questions. First of all, yesterday you mentioned that our change of mood depends on what kind of souls connect or link to us. So the question of mine would be, when, at what conditions, how many could be those souls that connect to us? Is there kind of agreement between our soul and the soul that is connecting for this to happen? Does our body have any role in the fact that our soul is connecting, that another soul is connecting to ours or not? How long does the soul that connected, that merged with us, stays here when another soul merged our body? Where does our soul go to? So basically, what is the process? How could how does connection and disconnection, merging and unmerging of another soul take place? Can we at all influence this process of merging and demerging, or can we not? Second question, would you please talk more about spiritual meaning of union between man and the woman? Many of us want to find our partner, to be able to have a family, to have children, but some find that kind of partner, that kind of soulmate, if we can call it this way, right away. Others have to wait. So the question of mine, what is the purpose of this? Is there a purpose in the loneliness that some people experience? What can we do? How can we find our second half? Could you give any related technique? Could you advise anything? Third question. Dear Master, you've mentioned about existence of negative energies, and that we can neutralize them by using of universal energy. For example, you gave examples of the fact that negative energies coming from space can express themselves in the form of thunderstorms, etc. So the question of mine is, who creates that negative energy, or what creates that negative energy, and for what purpose? Thank you very much, dear Master, and welcome to Belarus. Thank you.
Now, to your question, let me answer for you. You do not have the right to change your own soul. The change of your own soul, that is the deities who send down. And the new soul that in level 16 that come to you, and at the end of this class, the level 17, another soul will come, and tomorrow another soul will come, the level 17 soul would still listen to the lecture. And when a new soul comes to you after you complete the level 17, for sure this soul is come to you, that soul will know everything, knowing your family, knowing your friends, your relatives far or near. The former soul knows, and the new soul will know more than the former soul. Only in that way it can help you to continue with your practice, to help your body with your training so you can travel out to space. That is a new soul who comes to support, to help you. You don't have that right. I don't have that right to change the higher soul to guide you. That is the deities who can send down. As I have explained to you already, all of those higher souls that sent down here, from the deities who sent down here to you, because the deities had chosen your body with the mission. That's why they send the soul into your body. If you do not know, then I teach you. If you do not know, I guide you. But you have to listen. Why? You listen so you can take care of yourself, you can take care of your family, you take care of those loved ones. It doesn't mean that you listen and you take care of me. That is the reason I want to share and explain for you about the old and the new soul, where it come from and who sent them. And the former soul return back to the deities, and the deity will send to another body. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, who knows? The soul yesterday, the soul of the level 16, of the soul of the level 15, now it will merge into those who are level 5 and level 6 students, to help to guide the level 5 and level 6 student until when that level 5 and level 6 student come to level 15, then that soul will go elsewhere, for example. That is how I explain for you clearly, so you know. However, that is the example, but sometimes the deity who sent a soul to another people to carry out something, to carry out meaning in the future you will see them. You know why? You see meaning that you go to the high level, as that soul merges into another body, and you merge into that person. In a way, when you see that person, meaning your new soul will meet your former soul, and you are helping the former soul, that former soul helping the new body. And when you meet each other, I explain for you clearly about the body and the soul as you are able to merge. So you know, when you go to the higher levels, through your practice, you are able to be more effective. And that is the way that you love your soul, you help your soul to reach a higher state of enlightenment, and your soul will guide your body to find the wisdom. Now, to look for your mate, I tell you the truth. There are a number of, they go from east to west, south or north. People in your country you don't love, but you love people from abroad. That is, as you know, if you have the mission, the deities guide you, you can find your mate, whether you find them long or short. It's not you. Sometimes when you want to leave them, but it's so difficult. Sometimes you don't want to, and you leave them. In the human world, we mentioned about fate and destiny, or the karma, but in fact it's not like that. The truth, you want to find, that is the true self. The true self, there's only one, not two. But in the human world, it is a duality, 2 to multiply to 4 and 6. So that means they are able to exchange and learn. If you understand from that perspective that you know everything, you're able to use your true self. From what I see, all the human world will only use the ego for personal interest, greed. We see ourselves above all. I cannot blame, because as a human, that is the human nature. The human in this world, if we don't do like that, then you are not human. So many people, due to the culture, tradition in many countries, that include in my country, they never see the face. They only listen to the parent and get married and live with that person until death. They never met each other. When they live after the husband or the wife die, and they change the wife or they change the husband, remarry, in their culture they cannot remarry because of tradition culture. But the deities did not impose many of these conditions between the man and the wife, or whether you stay with them long or short. So that's why you cannot go against it. Even if you want or you don't want to, you cannot. If in fact you confirm with me and you confirm with the deities like that, then your true self will come to you. You pray, then if you cannot pray, then you have to accept. There is a path that I have gone through 34 years ago, and in the recent years, after I learned, I explain for you. You cannot go against it. I tell you the truth. But as a human, we are selfish. We always try to protect ourselves. We are not open. But to you, I do not want to say From the East, it is different. From the East, they love the children, ancestor, parents, family members near or far. The divine love in Asia or in Vietnam particularly, they take care of everybody because of the tradition and the culture. Because of the culture, the tradition they have to keep, we cannot abandon them. When there are changes, then we can change. It's not too late. Just like in level 16, I tell you, the tradition culture in Catholic or Buddhism in my country, they're so strict, it has to be the right day. But when they go abroad, they have to change the date, depending on time and space or the environment, depending on the progress of the humankind. That we have to follow that progress in order to apply. I don't want to repeat that again, but regarding to find your mate, how come people stay with each other long or short? Do not blame, do not feel hatred. Do not feel sorry for yourself. Do you dare to sacrifice or not? If you sacrifice, then it's different. If you do not sacrifice, it's different. If you sacrifice, you may have this, you have that. You may lose one, or otherwise you will lose. If you accept, you may have this and you have that. You may lose others. But you have to remember, when you gain this, you may lose others. That is on a spiritual path. If in the spiritual path you try to have everything, you cannot. You may lose one and you gain another. You cannot have both, materially or spiritually. You cannot have both. You have to choose one of the two. To accept that you stay. If not, then you leave. If you can sacrifice, then you stay. Otherwise, you will give up. Do not blame why or use one excuse or another. There is none. That is the reason that your true self has appeared in your body. With the true self, do you accept it or not? With the true self to help your body, do you accept or not? That is the important part I want to explain to you. You have the true self, and the true self is intelligent, the true self is enlightened. But the true self allows you to continue or not. Whether you can stay or you go elsewhere, this is very important. You don't have to pray. The true self comes to you, the truth comes to you, you don't have to pray. The true self is truth, which is God in you. God is in you. You don't have to pray. As God knows how to arrange for you at the right moment, you cannot devise for the deities. If you believe like that, then you feel at peace. However, in the human world, as the people believe in the deities and you can pray to the deities, it doesn't mean that you pray to the deities and they listen to you. No. If the deities, as you pray to them, in the way that you are controlling the deities, and the deities, just to take care of yourself alone, not others. The deities who can see a long road and guide you. Who are the deities? The deities who are those who are close to you. You are the deities. You are helping yourself. The one with the true self right close to you and reminded you. It's not the deities like up in heaven, or you pray to God or to Buddha and then Buddha said, stop. That is universal energy that merged into that person. Only one word out of that mouth, then you can change the environment, whether you stay or you go. Nobody tell you to listen, that you listen, but with universal energy, and they tell you that you listen because your frequency, and they know all your frequency, so they send directly into your frequency. I don't know about using the computer. If you give a disk, and with one disk, and they can retrieve, just like on the internet, with your password, with the right password, then you can retrieve the. If I don't know the right password, I cannot retrieve the information. I don't know about the internet, so I don't have headaches. You know, on the internet, you have headaches. You receive, you don't know how to send, and whether you answer and you die, and you don't answer and you still die. So it's better not to answer. You answer, you die, and you don't answer, you die. So you don't answer, you don't die. If you don't know, then you don't die. So that's me. That's the best. I tell you, many of you, as you are level 16, 18, for those who send email to me, and then either Teresa or the office, they read, I do not know, whoever sent, especially my phone. If you don't want to go and you send by the text, and when I see the text, I just erase. I do not know how to retrieve them. When you talk to me and I just listen, you can just try to send text or leave message. I do not listen. A month later, I would listen. If I don't listen, then I just clear, so you don't have to leave message. You call me and I talk to you in person. Never send SMS or email to me. You can send to Teresa. And for Teresa, if you send a secret one, I don't know anything about a secret. Sometimes she erase. You can whether you send real or not. Teresa, I do not know how to receive. So if it's good, then she will show me. If you say that you love the master, then Teresa would tear the email right away because I do not know how to receive. If you send the email and you say, how come you say that you love the master, and the master is something, and you see the master and you love the master, and you want to hold the master, then Teresa would tear away the email right away. And in any language, she will tear it away because I do not know how to receive it. You tell me that I do not know about the internet. I do not know how to receive or send email. So I tell you the truth. Now I explain for you about the frequencies. You remember the inanimated object, that is the antenna model that I made. Inanimated object by making with the coppers, the metals, and the wire. That is inanimated object, no life. But I myself, I can bring life to that. I myself, I receive the energy. I myself, I can neutralize the energy. That is my soul. I also train you to be just like me, because now you can merge into this one first. Inanimated object, no life. But you can practice, you can merge into it to prepare, so you are able to merge to the living and the dead. The dead is just like an inanimated body. But when you merge, you can revive that body. When you merge with your energy to generate energy to use, you merge so you can use the internet or to use the TV. You have been and you continue to have this ability. In normal sense, people can copy to make the antenna model, but there's no use. It will be just like a way of decoration, that's all. No more or less. They don't have the energy, they don't have the ability. In the past, I have mentioned to you and taught you, most of you, more or less, you went to Paris in France. They placed 3 crystal pyramids, look just like the one in Egypt. But in terms of the energy, I went there, I was under the basement, there's nothing. It would be just like a piece of decoration. I don't send any energy, there's no energy that can contribute to help the economy or to help the country or to neutralize all the negative energy, there's none. But I confirm with you, listen carefully, that God helped the humans to save the humans. God never destroyed the humans. But then how come whenever they see the rain, they see the lightning, because scientists, they can have the ability to make the rain, to make thunder. With the antenna that I have, whether it's real thunder or fake, it can neutralize. In the invisible one, we cannot see, we're able to help. Not to mention the energy that you're able to see, then you're able to merge. They have the ability to merge, to neutralize the damage to the region where you are, or to this transformer. Perhaps the lightning may cause to burn the circuit breaker. It might cause some problem with power loss for 5 or 7 days. Now we're able to protect the case that it doesn't cause a problem to the electrical circuitry or the transformer in the region, so you always have the energy to use. So in the future, how come in other region they lose the power due to lightning, but in this region with your antenna, it worked. That's how I share with you the inanimated object that you are able to be effective. That yesterday, in a few days, I showed you the technique. With the double pyramid, with the antenna model, you are able to use the practice. You have seen the result very highly. That is the reason I want to share with you about the frequency, whether it is science or physics. You are able to neutralize, whether it is the frequency, lower frequencies, from the invisible soul, you are able to help. So now I explain for you. Perhaps I explain for you, you may feel happy. The sorcerer, he has the black magic. He just blow on the mouth. And he said, this lady to come back and he blow to one lady, and then he said that, and then she went to say something, and then the man can get sick. That is the black magic that they practice. They send it to one lady, and she send it to another man, and that man got sick just by spreading the message. They have the ability just by spreading the message, and another one gets sick. The reason I tell you like that, because when you are in level 5-1, you are over here, you transfer energy without through anyone. You can send directly without any restriction. That person can get healed. This is something you have been, and you continue to see the result. Only level 5-1. And now you go to the higher level, you can practice, you can travel out to space, you close your eyes. At location you want to come there, you can come to help. You just close your eyes, you practice. When you open your eyes, you can merge to another person. You merge to other, and you open your eyes. That is very special in the teaching of EV. When you practice, for practicing out to space, then you close your eyes to practice to merge to another. Your body, you close, you open your eyes, and you can merge directly into that person. That is how I explain to you about the energy, about the case of these sorcerers. They have that ability because they learn. You also learn, but you learn lesson from deities who sent us not in the human world. So the two is different. One you perhaps can help, one may cause problem to others, but then in the teaching of EV, we only know how to help, and we do not harm. We don't cause problem to others. If you have the intention to cause problem or to harm people, then the one to face the consequence is not there, it is you. So I explain for you. In the air is from the universe. Then there is a solution. In the real one, that is, there is chemicals, or in the fake one, this use aircraft that they send it, or sometimes they send in a spacecraft, supersonic spacecraft that travel from point A to point B. Suddenly the next day, all the people get sick, diarrhea, all the very powerful virus that cause all the aches and pain or deteriorate of the bone. So I do not know whether it is man-made or is it natural. So we have to prepare for the powerful virus that enter the air that may cause sickness. So after you complete the level 18, try your best for the first time to use the EV water to replace the normal drinking water that you take every day. To use the EV garlic water as a preventive method for 10 meals. If you are sick, you can drink 30 ml 3 times a day. Normally for preventive way, you drink 3 times, each time you drink 10 ml. This is for preventive way. To avoid the case of the air contamination, food are contaminated, that you have stored already inside your body, you are able to use it as a preventive method. It's not Master Dang who devised it. So you try your best to protect and to prevent for yourself and all your family members. The EV garlic water only in your family they can drink. You don't have to give it to the public outside. When it is needed, then I would let you know. Now you just take care of your family first. Next question.
Everybody wake up.
Дорогой мастер, у меня к вам два вопроса. Первый. Пока я не пришла в универсальную энергию, я никогда не видела сны, кроме одного, который мне запомнился и как бы сегодня представился как... В общем, через 7 дней после того, как умерла моя бабушка, я разговаривала, как я понимаю, с ее душой. Я ей задавала вопросы, и она мне отвечала. Хорошо, хотя я хорошо понимала, что она уже умерла. И вот в связи с этим мне бы хотелось узнать, сон на нашем уровне – это хорошо или как бы это проявление какого-то беспокойства, или это все-таки предвидение какое-то? Это первый вопрос. И второй вопрос. Значит, я бы хотела уточнить, как поступать правильно. Если я вижу недостатки какого-то человека, я должна как бы его поругать или указать ему на эти недостатки, или я все-таки должна понимать, что это проявление души, проявление личности какого-то человека, и он должен поступать так, то есть совершать свои ошибки сам, и как-то подойти с пониманием к этому. Ну и третий, более такой технический вопрос. В общем, мы здесь присутствуем вместе с дочерью, как бы, и с 13 уровня у нас было указание, что я не могу помогать, просить о помощи человека с даже более высокого уровня. И вот исходя из того, что вот можем ли мы вот сейчас помогать друг другу или как-то с тем, у кого 13, уровень 13 и выше, помочь в решении каких-то проблем или по ее просьбе или по собственной просьбе помочь ей вот эти какие-то проблемы. Спасибо, мастер.
Dear Master, I have a number of questions. Before I came to UE, human universal energy, I have never seen dreams. Except for once, that was 7 days after my grandmother died, and in my dream, I was talking to her, asking questions and receiving answers, even though even in that dream, I remembered that I knew that she already died. And now, when I'm in universal energy, I came to universal energy, I started seeing dreams again. So could you please tell us more about dreams? What do dreams that we see at this level mean? Are they good, or is that good that we started seeing dreams? What is it? Is it an expression of concerns of ours, basically? Is it a result of our brain working? Or is it maybe a possibility that we learn something about the future? Second question of mine, could you please advise, how can I behave, how can I act correctly? For example, if I see weaknesses of others, when I see that someone is not doing something properly, should I try to bring attention of those people to their acts? Should I criticize, show them that they are wrong and they should be changing? Or should I just let them be, keeping in mind that they have freedom of choice, and maybe that's an important lesson that they are learning? Please advise about this. And the third question, I'm here with my daughter, and beginning level 13, we were told that we can't ask anyone else, even higher level students, to help us, to transfer us energy. Can we now be helping each other? Maybe I could help my daughter and she could help me to resolve certain difficulties, and maybe we could even ask help from other people and be helping other students as well. Could you please advise?
Now let me explain for you. If you do not sleep and you see the vision without sleeping, and you see the vision, then that is your soul who help you through the visions, so to enhance your belief in the deities. And if you are asleep and you see this vision in a dream, then that is because in the dream they are all fake. So you listen carefully. This vision, for example, let's say you are learning UE, as I have explained to you. When you are praying to your ancestors, so that they can return to the deities, so they can evolve, and in your dream, if you keep on seeing them, then the soul of the ancestor, they are not going anywhere, they are still close to you. Therefore, tomorrow I will have a formula to show you. If in fact you wish the soul of your ancestor to be close to you, then you can leave it alone. But if you wish the soul of your ancestor to return to the deities, then I'll show you the technique tomorrow when you come to level 18, so you can help the soul of your ancestors. They can return to the deities, and you will never see them in your dream anymore. So listen carefully. And in other ways, the visions in a dream, they're all fake. Even though they are not real, but even though they are fake, but you can use the fake means to enhance your faith, so that you are able to find the truth, meaning the true self and universal energy and the deities. That is how I explain clearly for you, so you know through the first part of the question. Now, as you see someone is doing something wrong, it might be wrong to you and it is right to them, so how can you interfere? Do you have the ability to convince them or not? Even if you have the ability to convince them, you tell them they don't listen to you. So, you want to help them. Tomorrow you learn. After you graduate, then on the 1st of July, then you can apply the technique of level 18. You transfer energy to them, you merge to them. That is how you can help them. You are the invisible soldier. You use universal energy so that you are able to convert that person to become a better person. They would not know. And you don't need to reveal to people to know. When you see that person has changed, and you're able to help that person to become a better person, then you see that you succeed. You are serving the deities give you the mission, then you are working for the deities know you. You don't need anyone to know you. You don't need the sick people or the family members to recognize what you do. Only the deities who know what you do. That is enough. Slowly, in that way, then you have the true self. When the deities recognize, then slowly your true self will appear, so that you can have the true self. But if you transfer energy to them and you keep on saying, because of you, did you do this with you, that you keep on boasting, then you lose. Sometimes they don't like. And you keep on saying that you are helping them, in a way it might cause a broken relationship with your family or your friends. So I want you to avoid this. So you see yourself as the unknown soldier. Just use this invisible energy to help in the material world to convince these people, to convert these people to become better persons. Now, in the case of treatment, I advise for you in general, in the same level, you do not treat anyone. You cannot treat the people in higher level, except the people in a higher level than you. If they are completely sick, unconscious, then you can treat and you can merge to them. And including yourself, when you are sick, you are not unable to practice, unable to focus, then level 3 with the chakra open to 100% can treat you, is still effective. But in a normal case, you learn so you can practice. Why? So your body are used to the universal energy. So through your practice to travel out to space, it can be easier. If you treat to another, you cannot do it. You have to do it yourself. Take care of yourself. You treat yourself. So that always close to your body, You are used to the frequency of universal energy. In that way, you can travel out to space. In that sense, you are able to learn to merge to others, to travel here and there to help people. If you treat to another who are in the same level and they treat you, then you are not even doing any practice. So you can see, you learn and you have to practice. You have to use your body with the environment so you're able to achieve the result when you practice. In that way, you're able to help individually or collectively. If you learn and you let others to treat you, I myself, I love my students, as I explained like that, except in the case when you are totally unconscious. It's so difficult for you to treat, but you can ask me to treat. But I can see many of my students in level 19, whenever they're sick, when I'm here, they can ask me to treat, so I place my hand on them and then they get healed. So you keep on thinking it is better let the master place my hand on them and it feel better, but I do it for them. That is how I share with you in general. My purpose is for you to excel, so you're able to contribute to help yourself and other people. If you keep on asking other people to treat you, then you don't have the ability. And without the ability, how can you help yourself? Not to mention about helping others, how you can help completely. That is the reason I do not let you in the same level or the high level or lower level to treat you, except in the case you are severely sick. Then any levels in UE, they can treat you. And those who are in higher level than you, or the same level as like you, if they cannot treat you, let's say when they're in a coma or unconscious and severely sick, then for sure you can transfer energy to treat, or you can merge to that person without any problem. Next question.
Germany?
Германия спрашивает, или?
Belarus?
Белоруссия.
Excuse me.
Belarus, third question.
Здравствуйте, дорогой мастер. Я приветствую вас с полей Украины и хочу задать вам несколько вопросов. Первый мой вопрос будет следующий. Как влияет на студентов универсальной энергии посещение священных мест, таких как Иерусалим, храмы, домены? Оказывает ли это влияние на наш вибрационный фон? Второй вопрос. Какое влияние на душу человека оказывает операция по трансплантации? Потому что когда происходит трансплантация, мы пересаживаем другой орган другого человека. И там есть клетки душ другого человека. Как наши души влияют на... Как они соединяются, эти души нашего органа, нашего тела, с душами другого человека? И еще у меня маленькая просьба. Нельзя ли, мастер, нам для Украины получить большую антенну для нейтрализации негативной энергии? Вот все мои 3 вопроса. Большое спасибо.
Dear Master, I'm a student from Ukraine. I welcome you from the fields of Ukraine. And now I have 3 questions. First one, how would visiting sacred places such as cathedrals and temples in Jerusalem, temples in other places and other sacred places would affect the level of our frequencies? Second question, how would transplantation or body organ transplantation affect our frequencies, affect us? Because when another body's organ is being transplanted and put inside us, it brings together with its cells the souls of its cells. And would there be any activity? What kind of interaction could there be? How would the souls of cells of that organ could affect the souls of our cells, etc.? And the third is a request. Dear Master, could we please ask for a big antenna for Ukraine to neutralize negative energy? Thank you very much.
Farhad, as you are asking, the student in Ukraine asking for the big antenna, the master is asking what town, what city in Ukraine that you are asking for that big antenna.
Сэр попросил уточнить, для какого городка или для какого города данный студент просит антенну. For Zaporozhye, the city of Zaporozhye, or there is one of the Ukrainian centers of universal energy.
Yeah, cái thành phố là Zaporizhia. Yeah. So now let me answer to your questions. Now, as you know, do not think that your energy, that is you who gave. The reason I say that 3 as 1 and 1 as 3, your soul, my soul, and the soul of God as one. And anywhere where there is a sacred place, whether they have the energy from the deities or not, you can come there and you can adapt to it. As you transfer energy here, meaning you transfer energy to those who need the energy from the deities. Listen carefully. In any other sacred place, there are many of the soul from low to high. The energy that you transfer energy, the higher soul do not need, but you are able to help the lower souls. So this lower soul can evolve to help this region where they reside. So there's no problem when you go to these sacred places. Do not worry that you are afraid that this energy may affect you or that energy, because the energy that you have is from the deities. That is the combined energy from the universe, that on earth there is no energy that is equal to it. It's either equal to or less than that. So you don't have to worry. You can rest assured about that point. In the case of organ transplant, I explained to you yesterday already. Today I explain further. All the organs transplant due to the fact that you have a lost organ, more or less, they may have some side effect. However, the other organs, they have the soul of the cell and the different one comparing to the one inside your body, but you are very fortunate. You are able to neutralize them. You can help all of these organs, transplanted organ into your body so that they can adapt to your body and they do not cause any problem. They don't have any negative side effect. You are helping others, not to mention about helping yourself. For you, it's so easy, and your organs may adapt faster to your body, and you are able to heal faster, and these organs will help you faster. Now I decide, perhaps you may receive the email. You can send an email to Australia, and then we'll give you the email of the person who is manufacturing, and then you can deal directly with that person about the condition, how you can send and receive the antenna. You send an email to me and I'll answer to you. I'll give you the email of the manufacturer so you can contact directly. So I agree for you to have each country you can only have one big antenna. In the future, I would consider further about other countries due to the situation, because of the low energy or the negative energy. Then you request. Then depending on each case, I will decide for you. So now you can get ready. As I explained to you already about the way, as you are now in the level 17, you can practice to travel out to space. That this morning I explained to you already. So after I close my eyes, you close your eyes, you receive the light of God around 2 seconds, and inhale and exhale 10 times, and then you start to pray, and then you can practice. And when I say it's finished, then it is done with your practice. So all of you get settled in and let us know when you are all ready. Now get ready, begin. Now it is finished. Dạ vâng, dạ. Yeah.